Oh, I should put myself in the screen. Hey, how you doing? This is John, and welcome to John's Long Box. This is it's Clobberin time. Sorry I'm late. I was on with Billy Tucci. An opportunity you don't really want to turn down. When Billy Tucci invites you on your channel, you say yes and you go on. And we were talking and have a grand old time. So it's Clobberin time. Excuse me. I'll address this in a minute when more people come in, so I don't have to keep talking about it. But let's just say I had a bad week. So it's Clobberin time. What are we talking about? This is the Galactic Empire versus the Federation of Planets. Who would win in an all-out war? And this is what I'm doing. This is the invite. Anybody can pop in. We're going to talk about it, keep it family friendly. And we're just going to talk not just who would win in a war, although that's really cool and that's really fun, but we're also going to talk about, the highs of each particular intellectual franchise, what the lows, who's the better villains, who has the better stories, things like that. So now I'm seeing people showing up now. I'm going to filibuster with my big mouth, and we'll talk about it. Last week we talked about Daredevil versus Nightwing. That was a blast. That was a blast last week. The week before that, we did Moon Knight versus Batman. And then the very first It's Clobberin time was the Hulk versus the Flash. So anybody want to pop in and argue with me? Anybody want to defend one or the other? So we got the intergalactic empire, the Galactic Empire of Star Wars versus the Federation of Planets from Star Trek. Anybody want to hazard what I would go for? Anybody want to voice their concerns? I see we got 7 people coming in. First question, can you hear me? Can you see me? Does it sound good? And here we got the link is in here. Anybody could pop in. Anybody could pop in. I don't like to talk to avatars. I like to talk to faces. So if you pop in, say something. What do we got here? Oh, a friend of mine is messaging me. Once my friends see me go live, they always message me and try to mess me up. It's just a fun tradition. So I guess I'll just sit here and stare at everybody. I was hoping more people would show up. I don't know what else to say, but I will waste this time to give a commercial. What is the commercial? Well, it's my comic book. For those of you who don't know, I got a comic on crowd fund my comic. What comic book is it? This is of course I hit the wrong button. Heroic Tales number 1. This is where is it now? Here's the cover by Renzo Rodriguez. Check out that glorious cover. And I keep failing to mention this, but I'm selling the comic for $10, and it's a complete story. You don't have to get number 2. You don't have to. I would like you to, but to finish the story, it's all complete. And I think that's something that we're kind of missing in crowdfunding, because I can't publish a comic monthly. So, and I think it's a big ask to ask people to pay $10, $30, $40 for a complete story, and then wait months, a year between issues. This is a Fund My Comic exclusive. This is by Pat Broderick. Look at that legendary artist. I love Pat Broderick. And then here's the back cover. That's one of my favorite comic book images of all time. Like whether Marvel, DC, old, new, I just love that. I'm so glad to be a part of it. Look at this artwork by Renzo. Look at this. I just want to scroll down to show you. I got the coin, and I got the coin right here in my hand. Of course, I can't find it right now because I'm that kind of person. But the coins came in. These coins were killing me. It took forever to get here. So the coins are real. Coins are real. These are $5. They don't add much more weight to the packing. So if you just want one and you don't want to go through the campaign, you could just PayPal me $5, John's Long Box at yahoo.com, and we'll take care of that. I also got this big challenge coin. Look at that. This is heavy. 2x2. Look at that enamel finish, 3 colors. This is a lot more expensive, so I don't have that many of these. And this isn't on any campaign yet. I kind of messed up. They, so we got a guest over here. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you going to be my Ed McMahon? You're going to be my co-host for
Well,
if
yeah,
Clobberin's on?
yeah. I mean, if too many people show up, I usually just leave. Too many people, I'm
Well,
not
it's
into
good
too many
'cause
people.
I hate seeing my face big on the screen. So Israel Garcia asks an interesting question, an important question. Hey, John, glad to see you. I'm okay. Thank you. Off topic, will you be still interviewing Mark Miller? Yes, I will. It's funny. I messaged him while I was in the ambulance and told him, and he, I showed him the picture of me with the neck brace on, and he was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" So he's like, "Of course, anytime you want to reschedule." And I joked, "Well, I think I'll be off work for a while, so I'll have plenty of time to make it whenever you want." And he was really cool. He even offered to live stream from the emergency room, but the internet was wonky, and I didn't want to waste my one time talking to Mark Miller, and it was going to be all choppy and robotic. As funny as that would have been to do it from the emergency room.
Oh yeah.
And yes, I had to shave the beard because this neck brace is killing me. So let's see. I just want to. So I already showed the. Oh, okay. I thought I hit the wrong button. Guess so. This is my Fund My Comic. I'm just going to bring up the Kickstarter, and then I will go with tonight's show because I just wanted to kill time before people showed up. So this is the Kickstarter version of my campaign, and the only difference is, well, I have a black or white cover. People asked for it. I have the back cover as the front cover. People asked for that, but this is the main difference. On Kickstarter, you could get a Michael T. Gilbert cover, and I'm not even showing it. Geez, I'm talking about it, but I'm not even showing it. So I love this cover. It's got Silver Age playfulness. Somebody noticed, said you don't see word balloons on covers too much anymore. You know what I mean? So, but Michael T. Gilbert is very whimsical. He's very fun.
Love his
he's very humorous. Yeah, so I love this. So this is on a Kickstarter, and let me see where's the link to this. Well, you can Google Heroic Tales on Kickstarter. I'm not shadow banned, so that's good to know. But all the links are in the description, and it's funny how the Kickstarter links are like huge, and the Fund My Comics is just you could find it. You can type in Fund My Comic Heroic Tales #1, boom, takes you right to the comic.
Right.
All right, but let's address some of these comments, and then we'll begin. I just wanted to make sure. Rip to the beard. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna have to be explaining what happened.
Well,
I'm making some coffee because this has been exhausting me. You and me both. Cool. Glad to hear. Yeah, Mark Miller has been nothing but a gentleman. He's been really, really cool.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Even though he's a sick puppy by what he writes. Uh-oh. Did I lose you? I'm full screen, baby. Got my 3D printer right here, and over here I've got my Glenn Barr. You guys don't know Glenn Barr. He's a Detroit artist. So I have my 2 prints. I have to hang those up at some point. But can you hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know.
I lost you.
Yeah,
well, I went full screen. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I turned myself off for a second. All right, so I'm sorry, guys. Maybe this accident is still playing with me. So I might as well what is address the elephant in the room. Yes, my beard is gone. Wednesday, I was a friend of mine at work offered to give me an air conditioner because the air conditioner in my house broke. So I drove to work to pick up the air conditioner because I couldn't really carry an air conditioner on the Long Island Railroad. So I took the air conditioner, I put it in my trunk. Keep in mind, it was like 104 degrees, especially at the airport. It's all pavement. I'm in direct sunlight.
Really?
And since Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I had the same lunch with the same lunch. I just don't want to eat. When you're working out in the hot sun and the humidity, you just don't want to eat. So I that lunchbox been in the refrigerator at work. And come break time, I'm just drinking water, but I don't want to eat. So I think that had something to do with it. And I'm driving home, and all of a sudden I just see, tunnel vision started to happen. and it was happening
Wow.
slowly. So I'm like, oh God, I got to get off the highway. So I get off the highway on an exit, 2 exits away from my home. That's how close I was. I see a gas station. I'm going to pull into the gas station, rest, maybe get a coffee, whatever I needed to do. But once I was in the gas station, I could rest, you know. And I noticed the light turned red. So I'm like, okay, let me, and then boom, I just went like this. I literally went like this
Dude,
for like a split second, right into a tree. Boom.
that's fucking
You know,
insane.
and I'd like to take credit that I was smart enough to veer because I would have hit the car in front of me. And you know what I
Totally.
mean? So nobody got hurt except for me. My car is destroyed. I fractured my neck. Car is totaled. You know? And here's the funny part. So I'm sitting there in the car, and I had the wherewithal to know that something was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, but I also didn't have full conscious decisions, even though I was awake. So I look up, and the skipper from Gilligan's Island is running towards me, and I'm like looking, and turns out it was a guy who's about to retire, a fire chief, big old guy in a uniform. But I'm seeing the skipper from Gilligan's Island and 2 beautiful women, and I'm like, wow, Skipper, Ginger, and Marianne are welcoming me to heaven. All right, I didn't expect heaven to be reruns of old beloved shows, but you know what? It's not bad. You know, we always have to pick between Marianne and Ginger. I got both, and the skipper.
Right.
And then I'm
Right.
going, that means I'm Gilligan. I'm Gilligan, you know, and then also reality comes in, and it's the
Oh
fire
my
chief,
God.
2 women. Are you okay? Okay. And
Oh my God.
I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, you know, thank you. You know, they called the police, and the ambulance, and you know, I went to the hospital. I was in the hospital for 28 hours, and they didn't give me any food because they didn't know if I was going to need spinal surgery. So somewhere around the 26th hour without eating, I was like, can I get some effing food? You know, I'm trying to be nice. Can I get some effing food here? And I started, and the nurse like, you can't eat. You're going to get surgery. I'm like, is there a cafeteria here? She goes, oh, yeah, of course. Where is it? And she's like, you can't go. I said, what, is it against the law? You're going to stop me? Like, I started getting nasty. I said, I'm going to the cafeteria. And then somebody at the computer was like, he's been cleared. He's not getting surgery. He could. And she goes, stay right here. I'll go get you a sandwich. But
Jeez.
so I had 2 CAT scans, 2 X-rays, 2 MRIs. I have a hairline fracture in the C2 vertebrae of my neck. It hurts if I take this brace off. I bend my neck the wrong way, and it hurts a lot. With the brace on, I'm not feeling any pain, but I'm uncomfortable. So, you know, but they're going to check if it heals properly. I'm not going to need surgery. So,
How fast do you think you were going when you hit whatever you hit the pole?
well, I was on the highway doing, you know, the speed limit's 55. Let's be honest, I was doing 65, and then once I was slowing down for the exit, and I was slowing down because I saw the red light. So I don't know, 35 to 45 miles an hour seems realistic.
Really?
Yeah, you know, because I didn't, you know, I was gonna, you know, slow down into a right turn into the gas station, but you know, I had to go across 2 lanes of traffic because that's how big the side.
That's pretty
But
fast.
I had plenty of time. I had like quarter of a mile to make that turn, you know, and I was de-accelerating, thank God. You know, if I had stayed on the highway when this happened, not only would I be dead, but I would kill somebody else.
Well,
you know
what? Even like 20 miles an hour against a stationary thing, that's pretty brutal.
And you could see this isn't sunburn. This is abrasions from the
Yeah.
seatbelt.
You
You know, this just shows how pale I am because, you know, you don't take your shirt off when you're working. But I got the full on, you know, I look like the mayor with the red sash across my chest from the seatbelt.
Really?
You know? And the airbag saved my life. The car is totaled. Somebody's asking, how's the AC? It's still in the trunk of my car. I can't imagine it's in good. It must have slammed. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go to, like, so far the worst part of this, dealing with the doctors, dealing with the insurance company, the worst part is dealing with the police. They're not answering the phone. I got to get the police report to give it to the insurance company. And, you know, my wife's like, why are the police so difficult? I'm like, because they don't have any competition. I could choose a different insurance company. I could go to a different hospital. I could go to a different doctor, but you can't go to a different cop. You know what I mean? So there's no incentive for that cop to answer the phone.
Right.
He's just like, you know, either he's a guy who got hurt and he's answering the phone and he hates it, or there really is swamped, whatever. But it's around the block from my house. So tomorrow my wife and I will just
you know
walk
what
there.
the real question about the whole thing is, though, that you never really realized. The real question is, what would Captain Kirk have done?
Ah,
And
would have.
you know what? You did as best as Captain Kirk probably would have done.
Well, yeah, Captain Kirk would have told Sulu to do evasive maneuvers. I didn't have a Sulu to
Right.
do evasive
But,
maneuvers.
but Kirk he's this goes to your thing too, because Kirk has been on his own plenty of times in the series, and he is a problem solver, right? He is a nimble thinker, and he is nobody's fool, right?
Right.
So, for example, you recognized when it started to happen, you recognized it, right?
Right.
And you probably said to yourself, I only have so much time, you know.
Right.
And so he would be like that too, you know. He would be the same thing. He'd be like Captain America, you know. He's very resourceful, and you know, you might not be able to solve something 100%, but you can minimize it the best you can. I
Right.
think that's kind of what you did, you know. Which, by the way, goes to the subject of this because
Right.
I figured this out, by the way.
Okay, but yeah. So one thing I want to talk about Captain Kirk. Oh, and I forgot to wear my Star Trek shirt. But like Captain Kirk, we always forget it's, you know, the trinity of Spock, McCoy, and Kirk, where Spock is logic, Bones is emotion. Kirk is the balance between them two. Kirk is the original Mary Stu, if you ask me. Kirk is perfectly logical, and Kirk is perfectly emotional. He's, you know, I always think of it as Kirk is the human, and then you got the angel and devil. The angel being Spock, the devil being McCoy on his shoulders. You know, and then Kirk makes the rational decision based on them. So,
I think that's true. I also think, though, that on top of that, Kirk's instincts is what he relies on.
Right.
Right. He can bluff you if he wants to bluff you. He can read a situation, you know, and you're totally right. Though both those guys provide perfect balance for his decision making. Right. And this is why. So in this scenario, this clobbering time thing, okay, I'm just going to tell you that the Empire is going to lose.
Okay.
And I'll tell you.
All right. So we'll start the battle right now. So Shadowpunk is saying the Empire, meaning Star Wars, takes the loss. Okay, go ahead. We're throwing some chum. We're throwing some chum out there. Let's see if any sharks take it. While you explain it, I'm just gonna grab another soda.
Okay, so my theory is that even though the Empire has the Palpatine and Darth Vader, that's a huge advantage in my mind, right? Those guys have things they can do that other people can't, and they are very powerful, extremely powerful. Okay, right. And the whole Empire's geared for war, right? But as we know, Star Trek, they're geared for powerful defense.
Right.
Right. They have their own tools that are pretty powerful, and one of those tools are their transporters. Okay, and that alone is a big factor because now they can get on top. They can get into those Star Destroyers and take out key spots as they see fit.
Or
right?
they could just beam bombs over.
They can beam bombs over. They can do, I mean, but, you know, and we're assuming that now they're in full war mode, right? They're not in the peacekeeping mode.
This is negotiations broke down. The Galactic, and let's face it, the Galactic Empire is expanding into the Federation. It's, you know, the Federation sent out envoys, and all that did was like, oh, there's a whole another galaxy that we can conquer.
Right. I mean, the Empire is nothing. Okay, if you said if the conversation included like the Galactic Republic, not the Empire, I would say that the Jedi would win because they're not just two. There's too many Jedi with too many abilities, right?
Come on, if the rebels defeat the Empire, they're not rivals to the Federation.
Yeah, but the rebels didn't have Jedi.
Good. It's a good argument. Probably a tie. That is a beard. Now I understand beard envy. I didn't understand it before, but now seeing Great Cloudy Day, I totally understand the beard envy.
Well, there's a bonus for not having a beard. The bonus is you don't taste lunch 3 hours later.
Yeah, that I liked having a little cracker over here for later.
It's
You know. Oh, I just noticed your shirt. Awesome. You're dressed for the program, and I'm not. And I'm not.
Yeah. You got the robot guy on your thing on your shirt. Who is that?
No,
Is
I
that?
got H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, I look like
Change
Zuckerberg.
into a fish.
Oh, okay. There we go.
You know when you know the whatever the 2012. That shows you how old this shirt is.
Right. This is in good shape still, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here's the
I
only
love your
thing.
beard too, Gray. I love your beard too. I miss mine.
Beards are cool.
And
I mean,
my wife misses it. She can't wait till I grow it back. She says she wants me to transform into Santa Claus.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, here's another question. Let's just say my argument is correct, right? And because I think it would be, they could take out the destroyers not too difficultly. But how are they going to deal with Palpatine and Vader? Right? Assuming that those are the two Sith involved. You know, those guys are pretty powerful. Either they're going to blow up the ship that they're in, or they're going to have to fight them one-on-one. And if they fight them one-on-one, that's going to be something they might not be able to pull off.
Well, yeah. I mean, like Oscar, by the way, Oscar is colorist on some of my comics, some of my pages, and he's going to be an artist in a future comic too. Oscar is very talented. A lot of fun.
I like his icon. It's really neat.
You got to see his art. I'm going to send him some of my crap drawings, and he's going to turn them into beautiful artwork. So, but he has a good point. A Kirk versus Vader, Vader wins, but Empire versus Federation, the Vader wins. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice we had another guest over here.
Oh, I wasn't waiting that long.
I'm sorry.
45 minutes.
2 minutes. I'm home, by the way.
Oh, good.
I'm home. I drove back. I'm exhausted.
So Marcus Kellegrew, shout out. Yeah, we would all
try to put that property back together. I should be back next week. There's another 18 APs that are down and switches that need to be fixed. When something gets hit by lightning, it's not so much fun.
What got hit by lightning?
Was it forced lightning? Because we got to keep this on topic. Was it forced lightning?
I don't.
Was there an old man in a robe going to the dorms?
I think it was from Thor. Thor. See, I got my Thor shirt on. I'm always.
Yeah, I know everybody's.
I just got this for Father's Day.
That's a cool. Is that a Pollard Thor?
I think it's a Buscema, but I think the face is redrawn a little bit.
Oh wow!
For clarity.
I
it
love
could be Pollard too.
I love Keith Pollard.
Good stuff, man. I mean,
he's a nice guy. He's from Detroit.
Oh,
yeah.
You look better with that beard. 20 years younger. We're happy you're okay. This is my sister, Catherine. Thank you.
How do I do this? The new thing is, and Shadowpunk, you know this yesterday. I'm using my work laptop. It's a lot easier, but I look really washed out.
It's because
my lighting stinks.
It's because you have so much light going on in your room.
I could turn off the light, turn off
Yeah,
a
that's
little.
what I had to do. If you remember my earlier videos, I got a light and I turned off these overhead fluorescents.
I thought I was going to do a real show at one point, and I was going to get like a microphone and get it really set up, and then that never happened. So I got really lazy.
Well, I have a little blue lamp, back there. I can change the color, and it's just one lamp. You know, one lamp and the light of your thing, the light of your laptop is pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, start over. Okay.
So yeah, Logic's here. Okay, Logic's here. Let's start all over again. So the scenario that I'm trying to make up.
Is that any better? Not much.
Maybe
it is better, but if you shrink your screen so the whole thing isn't filling, so you can see. Can you see the chat over to the right?
No, I have to. Oh wait, hold on. Now I can. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, usually it would change. You would add more light to your thing.
Yeah,
that's a little bit better.
All right, we'll go like this, and we'll just every time I'll do something. I can't add anything to my work computer. I'm lucky I'm allowed to do this.
All right, let's get back on topic.
Sorry.
I mean, Kirk is so smart, right? He is a wartime. He kicks ass wherever he goes. You know, Kirk doesn't lose, right? So, yeah. So I mean, really, I personally don't see it as much of a battle, to be honest with you, with in that scenario.
I love Captain Kirk. I mean, to the point when I was a little kid, I used to dress like him. He was like my ideal of what to be when you grew up. But I would have a hard time saying that Kirk would beat Vader in a one-on-one fight.
He would not. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Here's something I just realized. That
what?
Unlike blasters in Star Wars, phasers are streams that don't stop.
Right.
So you can't flick him away if he can go like this, right? I mean, I'm not saying that would solve it 100%, but you know, the blasters are like, you know what I mean? They're like bullets, energy bullets. And so
Star Wars was like supposed like space version of World War II technology. That's why Han Solo's gun kind of looks like a Luger. You know,
right.
The TIE fighters are dropping bombs and stuff to the.
So the question is, which technology did you guys think is better, the Star Wars technology or the Star Trek technology?
Well, you notice I've been being real quiet because I have what I think is the definitive answer, and I'm not going to answer.
I seriously doubt it. I got to hear it now because I doubt it.
Were you talking about Enterprise versus Death Star or Empire versus Federation? That is a good question. Let's talk about that for a second. So, I don't think I'm being too controversial saying Kirk wouldn't defeat Vader. Now, like Oscar just asked, what about the Enterprise versus the Death Star?
That's not really fair, though. I mean, you got to compare ship to ship, not ship to planet. Right? I mean, Death Star is basically a moon.
So wouldn't the Death Star be more against the Borg ship?
Yeah, or like
the Borg would take out the Empire.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that much about them.
But you know what I was thinking, and this is the X factor with the Empire, is the magic, is the Jedi senses. That's the difference.
Well,
that's the X factor. How powerful is that? How powerful, is Vader's? Say Vader's in, the Enterprise beats the X-wing, but does it defeat the big feet, whatever the bigger ship that they use?
That's a good point. I'll tell you something
my
I
kid
forgot.
made all the Legos of them, so
the thing you just brought it up, which is an excellent point. The Emperor has precognition,
right?
Like most Jedi do. He wouldn't go, holy moly, here they come. I wonder who they are. That's not going to happen, right? He's going to go, Lord Vader, we have people on their way, and here's who they are. And here's what their flaw. Here's what their worst. For example, let's just say here's Kirk's flaw, right? Here's how we can beat him. He's this way. Because the Emperor would have had dreams and precognition about something about these people. That's another factor too.
So you think Deanna Troi could she mess with the Emperor's senses, or would the Emperor just mess with? I can't believe how nerdy even I'm getting right now.
Deanna Troi
you're going into the fake Star Wars.
She is
fake
a nice
Star
rack,
Trek, right?
So I don't know. Like
we used to call her beta boobs.
Star Trek doesn't have fighter craft, just starships. Yeah, I think the TIE fighters would be absolutely useless against the Enterprise.
Really?
I agree.
Could TIE fighters get through the shields? And I know Picard's Enterprise could just put out like a fanning thing that would probably just knock them all out. Because didn't the Enterprise fire like wide bursts?
Well, you know what? The problem with Picard is that he would separate the thing 3 times before he even tried that.
Yeah.
Because he did that twice in the first season.
You don't send out a diplomat in the middle of a war. Picard, sit this one out. Riker, take over.
But that's the whole key. when they made the original show, you know, the captain never leaves the ship. The first
Right.
mate always takes it, like in the Navy. So that was kind of the plan. But Shatner would have none of that. He wanted all the action. So
Of course.
he went down all the time. So Picard is at the Next Generation is actually where you're supposed to see. Picard's sitting up there, make it so, and Riker goes there and everything, which is Riker is really the Kirk character in the Next Generation.
Right.
Picard and Kirk aren't even equal that way.
That comment was ridiculous, by the way. The one you put up about Star Destroyers and ships, that makes no sense at all.
Well,
I'm just telling you right now.
The Empire is the industrial military complex. Like, if you notice, the X-wing, the Rebel ships, they have, faster than light technology, and the guys inside the ship, they don't need spacesuits. You know what I mean? So their ships are better made. And also, I'm going by my role-playing game. If you buy the Star Wars X-wing miniatures game, one X-wing could take out about 5 TIE fighters. TIE fighters are just mass-produced.
It's like a bunch of bumblebees.
They have limited fuel. They're just bombs with wings.
Really?
And if you notice, the pilots wear spacesuits because there's nothing to them. It even says that they're just mass-produced. So I think that's just like the thinking of the entire empire: mass-produce, outproduce, build more.
So who are really the bad guys?
They're armor, but if anything slightly hits them, they're dropping.
Who are the real bad guys? Maybe the rebels were the bad guys. Like, Luke was Antifa.
Yeah.
Well, they're making him that way now, but that's besides the point.
So Israel says the empire all the way.
Interesting.
We got the Death Star is a weapon of mass destruction that the Federation has no answer for.
They don't need. We're not including the Death Star.
Why? You have to include the Death Star.
Eventually, you have to include the Death
It's
Star.
part of Star Wars.
Okay, well,
But Luke has a lucky shot and shoots down a Death Star like it was a gopher on Tatooine. So how great is the Death Star?
they don't always have the Death Star in Star Wars.
They built another one.
My point
Okay.
is, then you'd have to include things that. Here's a good example. Remember in Into Darkness when the Admiral guy, Peter Weber, is he chases Kirk while he's in warp, and he takes him out while they're flying like warp speed. If they're gonna take the Death Star, then we get that fucking ship. Okay. I mean, come on. I mean,
I don't include J.J. Abrams at all in Star Trek. That's
not fair.
Adventures.
I could see that. We just get rid of those. Although my wife did like those films, but it's a separate.
Star Destroyers.
I liked them too. I mean, I like the first two. Although I can see why people don't like them. I'm not even that guy that hems and haws, but I can see why people don't like them. They're different. And they're almost like a hijacking of what Star Trek.
Star Trek is supposed to be philosophy in space. It's not. If you watch the original Star Trek TV series, Kirk, I recently rewatched them. I'm not even joking. I think it's 7 episodes in before you see a space battle. It's dilemmas. It's solving dilemmas. It's philosophical conundrums.
It is, yeah, moral conundrums.
Yeah. It's
problem solving.
It's talking about the human condition. It's not, and Star Wars, I thought, is supposed to be just a hero changing. It's not supposed to be lightsaber battles.
Well, it's like Flash Gordon. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's
it's
the
definitely
first one anyway.
Yeah, it's high adventure kind of stuff.
So the other question is about it is we go back to the technology of the ships. So we know a lot about the technology of Star Trek because we've seen everything, all blueprints and warp 10. I can't go faster. They don't talk about warp speed in the Star Wars universe, as far as I remember. Does that how fast do those ships go?
I would say that's warp
on
1.
my point that I'll bring up in a little bit.
I might be wrong, but it's just a question I have.
I'm guessing that the Star Wars speed is warp 1. Because that's light speed, right?
Star Wars speed is instantaneously fast. Okay, I guess I'll talk about it now. I've been hemming and hawing. So in Star Wars, they have hyperlanes. There's these tunnels. So when they're going to Tatooine, where they travel in regular space, they enter a hyperlane. Boom. And the reason why the Millennium Falcon is faster is it knows a lot of hyperlanes that are unknown to other people. Boom. It's not that it has better engines, it has better access to hyperlanes. So if the Federation invades Star Wars, if the Empire invades the Federation, our galaxy, does the Empire have access to all the hyperlanes? Are they mapped out yet? They have to travel at regular speeds, whereas the Federation, they break light speed. They go at warp speeds. They don't need hyperlanes. They could go in any direction. So my way of thinking is the Federation is more maneuverable. They could outclass, because you know what I mean. It's like helicopters going after cars. They have to stay on a highway.
If that's accurate, you make an excellent point. But I'm going to just say out loud that I've never heard of the lanes ever.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Is it really a thing?
Yeah,
I never heard of it either. They remind me of the boom tubes and the new guys.
Yeah,
and if Lucas ripped off Kirby, it makes complete sense.
Old dirty fatties here. Yep, the Star Trek shows had limited. Yeah, we know that. Yeah,
Right.
To the point where I remember the Doctor Who people were like, "Oh my God, how are we going to make Doctor Who after Star Wars came out?" You know what I mean? It was like a existential crisis. Plus, the Death Star has like 1,000 TIE fighters, a Federation ship landing crew. Yeah, Star Wars sci-fi makes sense and has very little consistency. George Lucas glosses over practicality. Star Wars, I always say, is not
kind of
sci-fi.
my thinking.
Star Wars, the more and more I hear about it, because there's only 3 Star Wars movies, but I hear other stuff. Star Wars has become science fantasy rather than science fiction.
There's 6. There's 6
I think
Star Wars
I think
movies.
you're right. You're right. I saw the other 3 movies because my kids like the other 3 movies because they came out when they were kids, and I've watched them. And I think since then, since Disney taking over, it's definitely sci-fi fantasy. Definitely, from what I can hear about it.
Hold on.
No, they.
I'll be back in a second.
If you saw Rogue One, that the female droid downloaded other paths, other routes. They can't just fly in any direction. So
okay, but that also could mean that the other paths means we know how to go around all these planets while we're in light speed, right? So we don't fly through planets or suns or something like that, right? So it might not be it might also be that where it's a trajectory laid out, right? Because a lot of times in Star Wars, correct me if I'm wrong, for example, shit's gonna hit the fan and they take off, right? And it's not like they go, oh my God, they're on the I-75. Go get them, because we know that's the only you can only go down I-75 right there. That doesn't happen.
Well, they teleport, because how fast do they get from one system to another system? You know what I mean? Like
Star Wars.
Yeah, and you actually see the ships materializing. You know, they're going outside of regular space. They're going into hyperspace, which is another dimension. You know, and they take a path, and then they just show up. Did you see Rogue One when the ships just appear in space? You know, they're traveling pre-made paths in space. They're mapping out another dimension.
But you're saying they're in another dimension.
Yeah, that's what hyperspace is. And if you see Han Solo says, I've been one end of this galaxy to the other end of the galaxy. Does that mean he's really fast, or he's bypassing through hyperspace? You know, he's going through hyperspace lanes. There's because what's his name? Janeway, she's at the other end of the galaxy, and it's going to take 100 years at maximum warp. You know what I mean? Which sounds like a weakness, but if Han Solo is to go someplace that's not mapped out, he doesn't know where to go to engage into hyperspace. He's trapped. It really does seem like teleportation.
I like people hated Voyager. I kind of like Voyager.
Federation will use Rogue One technology to infiltrate and neutralize. They don't. Yeah.
hold on. I gotta
I
get
kind of
some.
like Voyager.
I gotta get some.
Let me
I gotta
just one
understand.
thing before we go any further. This is my buddy Kevin. He was my roommate out in Albuquerque. He's stopping in to say thanks a lot, Kevin. Yesterday, Kevin, if you're still listening, Ed Blevins was in the chat, and Ed came up with the idea of me, you, and Jason one day doing a live stream, all three of us together, my old Albuquerque role playing crew, and just talk about our times of role playing. So, talk to Jason. He's the only one I haven't spoke to yet. But I just wanted to adjust that. All right.
So you're okay. So you're saying that you've got these lanes, and then you've got the different dimension, and you're also saying that Star Wars is almost like teleportation.
Right.
Okay, it is definitely that point. The other two might be correct. Star Wars is not that fast because they're like by the time even what's his name Han Solo said I made the Kessel Run in 17 parsecs or something.
Right. Which is totally bull crap because he was talking nonsense. He saw a country bumpkin and an old man, and he just started saying total nonsense. And if you look at Obi-Wan Kenobi's face, he turns around to Luke Skywalker and makes a face like, this is our guy because this guy's desperate. He's lying to me. I know he's lying. He knows I'm lying, but this guy's going to avoid the authorities like it's nobody's business. And then later on, they turned that into some bull crap story about space routes and stuff. But it's supposed to be he was just dazzling them with bullshit.
But your point though is that Star Wars is almost basically teleporting, and
almost. Look, remember what Princess Leia said? She says they're on Dantooine.
Yeah.
And he says that's too far away. And then they blow up Alderaan. And then, how many days later are they across the galaxy at Yavin? You know what I mean? It takes no time for them to travel.
Okay, but if you're when Luke and Obi-Wan get into the Millennium Falcon, they don't instantly get to Alderaan, right? They travel a while. He does a test with the sword, right? It's not teleportation.
Yeah, but
it takes a long.
How much time? 20 minutes?
No, I bet you it took a couple hours at least.
Star Wars is not logically broken down. That's the problem with the battle.
I would if you asked me how long it took that scene right there, I would say because they're kind of lounging around and they're playing the games with the droids and the I'm saying that we're 6 hours minimum.
Okay.
But that's not teleportation.
I think logic's finest is
yes. I'm waiting for this. There's always going to be somebody who says you're overthinking. It's whatever the writers want.
That's what you do.
If the writer wants Jimmy Olsen to beat Darkseid, Jimmy Olsen's going to beat Darkseid.
Overthinking, that's kind of like your brand, John. So that's
what we do.
That's exactly
right. We all kind of overthink.
That's why we're here.
Stop ourselves.
Actually, the Kessel Run is not really a Kessel Run. It's but it gets me so. It gets me so mad that they explain the Kessel Run. That whole thing was just supposed to be nonsense. I'm just going to dazzle these guys. And Obi-Wan was like, this is the guy we need because he is desperate. Because we don't want anybody to ask questions. This guy don't want anybody to ask questions. He's not going to be signing any logbooks. We ain't going to be signing any logbooks. This is exactly what we want.
It's the Kessel Run thing, though, isn't 100% wrong. It's a tall tale.
Right. It's,
right. There's truth to it, but he's exaggerating beyond just to make himself look good. Right.
Right.
Here's the other question I've got. So the Federation shows up and Kirk and Spock and McCoy. Okay. Spock is going to eventually deduce they've got somebody leading the Galactic Empire. I don't know how we'd figure it out, but he would go, there's more here than what we think, right? There's a mystical quality to what's leading these people because the people on the ships are kind of like taking orders and not really that creative like the Federation would be, right? But I kind of wonder what they would think about people about the Sith, right? About this unholy duality going on, right? Would they go, we can take the ships out, but these guys are a different class. These are tougher than the Melkoshians or something, right? We've run into a lot of monsters, but these guys have something different. And Darth Vader's obviously, because those Jedi, when you really look at their powers, it's quite versatile.
Right.
I mean, the
And let's face
telekinesis.
it, every time a new show comes out, they give them more and more powers.
They do.
Well, now they're
They
all
do.
Mary Sues, and they're women. So
Yeah.
And there's always been this weird thing about Star Wars that you have to let go. That doesn't add up. Okay. And that thing is Yoda, who probably weighs 40 pounds, okay, can lift a spaceship out of the water and make a point of doing it. But he can't lift his own body up and float around all day. Right? Because if you have telekinesis, you could all the Jedi will be floating around practicing constantly. Right?
Well, they showed that it was strenuous for him. He concentrate, raised, you know what I mean? It's not like, I mean, first off, his telekinesis is an extension of his will, not an extension of his strength. Otherwise, what good is it?
Right.
But it looked like it was strenuous. He had to close his eyes. Like when Yoda did that, you could have just walked up to him and shot him in the face. You know what I mean? Because he had his eyes closed and he was.
Right.
Concentration is a factor.
You know what I mean? So
willpower is a factor.
And that kind of, and then they showed like 20 years earlier, he's throwing freaking podiums at Count Dooku. You know what I mean? It's like, no, he was, what is he? He's 800 years old. That 40 years difference or 20 years difference made the, and then R2D2 back in little kid Anakin's time, opened up and laser beams and rockets.
Yeah, I remember that.
But then he's on Tatooine and he can't beat a Jawa. You know, so yeah, Star Wars is it doesn't honor its own continuity. So Star Wars has always been flawed.
Because Star Wars wasn't meant to have continuity. Like I was a member of the John Byrne Forum, and John Byrne thinks, and I think I agree with him, that Lucas never meant to make more than one movie.
Right.
So that's why all of a sudden they become Luke and Leia, who Luke is really after Leia for a long time, and then we find out that that's his sister and Darth Vader's his. Oh, what's a spoiler? Darth Vader's his father. I don't think he had that planned in the first movie.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He's not really in continuity with the next two. Forget the rest of it.
Right.
I mean, it's just something we have to overlook for the first three movies. It's just the way it goes.
I still think Star Wars would have been 100 times better if the end of the first movie, they blow up a Star Destroyer. And then the second movie, The Empire Strikes Back, they blow up Hoth. And then the third movie, they blow up the Death Star.
If you really think of blowing up the Death Star as the final thing, and then they had to do it again to have the second movies, it became such a hit they had to make another one. Then the other two were good movies too, or as three they're good movies, but the continuity isn't clear at all.
Yeah,
because they weren't planning on it.
To me, like Star Trek, Star Wars isn't worth the examination because it is
what it is. I mean, I can't complain about it now.
Well, you do have to at least admit though. So this idea that these things evolve as they go because they have to, right? You got to admit that they did a pretty good job of threading that needle to make it as good as you can make it, right? At some level,
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of like, and by the way, writing your comic book, our comic books, that is something we have to deal with, right? Because you're not gonna. Some people will plan certain things out. But, after doing an issue, you might go, this character is super cool. I'm going to keep this character around.
Well, it's like the early Marvel Universe. Lee and Kirby, and they never thought these books would go 100 issues and have continuity, and the characters would meet each other. So there's things Thor does in his early adventures that he never has done again.
Right.
The Prince Namor blew up like a puffer fish.
Right.
I mean, it had electrical powers, and, and that's Dr. Doom. Well, if you really look at it, it's all like that. There's nothing, they didn't think there was issue in the Hulk. The Hulk, Kirby thought the Hulk could fly, and Stan Lee didn't want the Hulk to fly, and that's why it looks like he's flying in all the areas.
Really?
I want to address this by Israel Garcia. it wasn't episode 4 when it originally released. It was episode 4 when they did the reboot.
That's right.
If you
Is that
saw
right?
it in 77 like I saw it, it was just Star Wars.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It was
In
Star
the
Wars.
movie theater at
But
11 years
you
old.
get the theatrical releases from 1977. It's different. I know I'm also imagining, but I remember seeing scenes that I've never seen ever again, except but I wonder if that's like my mind playing tricks on me.
Well, do you guys remember the story, hearing it when you were a kid about how Darth Vader lost his body? Right? There was a talk about the lava planet. And I remember as a kid hearing it going, I never heard that before. And it turns out, yeah,
No,
I heard it. Yeah,
I
when I
don't
was,
remember that.
yep, absolutely. Probably when I was,
We
So
we
it's-
argued whether or not he was a robot. You know, I was
yeah,
like,
it was,
robot.
because I remember even as a kid, I thought him being more machine than man was a metaphor for his lack of humanity and why
Right.
he was evil.
Yeah, I
right?
agree with that.
But my friends are like, no, that's not what it is. He fights Obi-Wan Kenobi in a lava planet, and part of it gets burned up. And I was like, really? I never heard that before. And
Kind
they're
of
like,
happens,
yeah.
I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
also, to prove that there never was any second movie planned, your father was a good man. He was killed by Darth Vader, except he wasn't. And then, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they just made that a retro lie.
it just totally, that always bothered me. And how come Darth Vader didn't recognize C-3PO? How come R2-D2 didn't start beeping? That's Anakin. Anakin, remember me? You know what I mean? C-3PO got his mind wiped in the prequels, but R2-D2 remembers everything.
Remembers
Is
everything.
C-3PO okay? That was.
I don't know, but R2-D2 was definitely the male because he was using his penis and he fucked the Death Star into obeying him. He made the Death Star.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, you got me cursing on my own channel in front of my sister and my nieces. Thanks a lot, guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Like, but I do believe like a lot of movies suffer. Oh, we got one movie. It's a hit. Make a sequel. The
No one suffers. Yeah.
next one I can
Lost.
think of is The Matrix. There was only one movie planned,
Totally.
Probably. Yeah.
and then
That's
they made
all
two
the
more.
That's what it's.
Each movie I thought diminished the first.
Shadowpunk is right. The fact that they're able to make good movies and Return of the Jedi, those were good movies, and it stood up to Star Wars. Whether you think the first one's the best one,
A lot of people argue that,
and it contributed to the trilogy. Right? It's a testament to them.
Right.
Usually it's not the way it works.
So,
I mean,
okay.
Superman was worse than Superman 2 was good, but after that was the end of that. 3 and 4. Oof.
I remember what I was going to say because you brought up the thing about Darth Vader killing Anakin. I don't know if I agree with you about that. I kind of think the way Anakin says it, is like you can tell he's shifting the truth a little bit here, right? There's a little bit of something implied. And B, I know you didn't watch this because you're against it morally, but when you watch the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, Obi-Wan Kenobi is watching Luke the whole time, right, as he grows up. And he's kind of like a washed out dude.
That's because Obi-Wan Kenobi's really Luke's father. I'll tell you that theory in a minute.
So then he meets Vader. He gets pulled into the story and he ends up running into Vader, who cleans his clock. And because Obi-Wan Kenobi is not the man he used to be. And he barely scrapes out and gets out. Then at the end of the series, he confronts Vader one-on-one alone. And he basically beats the shit out of Vader. He pulls the shit out. He does, and while at the very end of it, his face is cracked open. You can see Anakin inside, and Obi-Wan's heartbroken. He's like, Anakin, what the fuck, and he's like, and I forget how it came about, but then he says, "I'm not your failure, Obi-Wan. You didn't kill Anakin. I did." And the way they threaded it, I know I'm not saying this is what they planned, but I'm just telling you they did a good job of threading it. And I can tell by your face you think it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
But you know what? If you saw it, it's
I-
got the emotional hooks and it works. You can watch it on
in the
YouTube.
alternate universe that I still live in, which I understand is different than everybody else, there was no sequel movies, there was no Disney Star Wars, but I like to analyze things. So I'm looking at it from a story standpoint. So we see, you know, I forget what they're even called. The first one, Anakin's a little boy. He meets Padme. Padme, you know, and they have their shenanigans. The second movie, Padme is told, "Hey, your friends, the Jedi's, are coming," and she's like, "Oh," you know, and she's all excited. She really, the last time she saw Anakin, he was a little boy, and she's acted all excited. So I'm thinking she's excited to see Ian McGregor. They're closer in age.
That
So
is
now,
horrible.
so now the
I know
second
where you're
episode
going.
comes. He's excited to see Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then that little worm goes to assassinate Padme. Who jumps out the window? Who freaks out and gets all emotional? Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anakin's standing around going, "What?" You know. And then in the third movie, Padme's pregnant. What does Anakin say? "You betrayed me." Betrayed me what? How did Obi-Wan betray Anakin? "Oh, you knocked up my wife. You betrayed me." And then who goes and lives and watches his son for 60 years?
That's great.
Obi-Wan. He's checking out his son. You know, that's the way Star Wars should have went if Luke
Oh, I see.
was good. But then he sold it to Mickey Mouse, and they didn't care about that. And then what happens is Luke grows up to become the bad guy because they're all saying, "You're going to bring force, you're going to bring balance, you're going to bring balance," which means that the force was unbalanced. And if you look at the first of the sequels, Coruscant is shiny and beautiful. The second movie, guys like, "You want to buy death sticks? You want to buy?" So there's too much good. So the Jedi, they're not stupid. They like the imbalance because the imbalance implies there's too much good. And Mace Windu goes, "He's going to bring balance." He's the only one who's excited because he's either a Sith or he's wants to be a Sith. You know what I mean? Or he's so true to the things that he wants balance, regardless of good and evil. But the rest of the Jedi and Luke and everybody, Yoda, they're like, no, we're kind of cool with the balance. And Yoda keeps coming up with this bullshit excuses. He's too old. Because he knows Luke's going to turn evil. You know, and Yoda was totally fine with the imbalance on the side of good.
That statement about bringing balance to the Force, I've always thought about that thinking, okay, define exactly what that means. Because in reality, balance implies Sith, Jedi.
Right.
It doesn't imply just Jedi and everybody has food and shelter.
Right. So they were happy with the imbalance. And then if Anakin was going to bring balance, so now, boom, everything's good, everything's equal, but the balance needs to be maintained. Anakin has 2 children. Luke is evil. Leia is good. And then it starts over again with Leia and her 2 children, you know, and then it starts all over. That's the only way Star Wars would have been flawless, but they sold it to Disney, who doesn't give a crap. They got rid of all of Lucas's characters. I will never forgive them for wasting Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford.
Well, I'm not sad anything. I'm not sad about Mark Hamill, but we don't bring that stuff up on this show.
Right, but Luke, yeah.
You know what
My question to you is, who's the bigger disappointment, Luke Skywalker or Mark Hamill?
Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill.
Yeah, I mean,
Lucas got so much S for. I'm not cursing because you have family watching.
If we all close our eyes for a second and chant, we will summon the evil Sith Lord. All right, ready? 1, 2.
There he is. I met T-Bunny in person at Heroes Con.
You talk about evil. Here I am.
I can't wait.
Do you know Shadow Punk? Do you know Mark?
Look really evil.
Yeah, well, obviously I know T-Bunny.
I don't know who knows everybody.
Yeah,
I met him in the flesh, which I can't say about that with you guys.
So, T-Buddy, what's your opinion now of?
Hold on. The most important question to ask Cooper is John's idea that in Star Wars there are things called lanes where you can travel
Hyperlanes.
light hyperlanes go hyperspace. That you have to stick on the lanes to get to the end or whatever it is, like a highway.
Cooper, are you there?
Hmm. Oh, you mean warp speed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, in Star
Hold on.
Wars. Yeah, in
Let me,
Star
let
Wars.
me cut the camera.
Okay. That's an improvement.
All right, that might.
I have to. We have
Okay.
to get Cooper some fiber optics.
Sorry.
So what do you think about that idea, Cooper? About there being hyper lanes in Star Wars.
Okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. They talk about it several times.
What?
The computer has to calculate light speed and a pathway before they take off. So that seems to indicate that there are like pathways or something.
Wow. Okay. I guess I didn't know anything about
Sorry. Evidently.
that. No.
Mine.
Yes,
John is looking like a Star
Go
Wars
ahead, go
character,
ahead.
as a matter of fact.
Okay. I'm backing myself up now because I feel threatened. So
Start breathing heavy.
here is Wikipedia. It says right here, hyperspace was an alternate dimension that can only be reached by traveling at faster than the speed of light. Hyperdrives enable starships to travel through hyperspace lanes across great distances, enabling
Wow.
travel and exploration throughout the galaxy. So what they do is I didn't even add it to the stage. Oh, there you go.
Can we trust Wikipedia, though?
Wikipedia. It says Wookie.
Anythingpedia.
Yeah, so it travels through hyperspace lanes across great distances, enabling travel. So, that's the research. So they, like I said, they're on fast highways, so they could get there faster, but through predetermined pathways. So, if the Galactic Empire invades the Federation, like they would have to do hundreds of years of research to map out the hyperspace lanes. Otherwise, they're stuck at sublight speeds.
Well, you know what though? Okay, now you've established you are correct. I'm totally wrong. Okay, and I've actually learned something, which is cool. Okay.
And lowering is half the battle.
That is true. Even though Larry Hama hates us, right? But here's the thing, though. Then we know for certain the battle would only happen. It wouldn't happen in this galaxy, right? Because the Empire would never.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, all 57 people watching, we are safe from the Galactic Empire. I just want you can sleep soundly. The Federation is protecting us. And then somebody said, well, it was a long time ago in a galaxy far away. Well, they went through a wormhole through time.
Well, for this, we could talk about how they get there, but for this argument, they have to be in the same galaxy for the battle. So we just have to transport them, like in our minds. We just have to assume that they got there.
Well, we found a hyperspace
lane. Machinations are getting there.
They found a hyperspace lane that connected the two galaxies. So,
hold on. I know you didn't watch this either, but I'm going to tell you because you're never going to watch it. In the Ahsoka.
Oh, good God.
It has some cool things to it. Yeah, some bad things too. Okay. And it didn't feel like Star Wars. My point is, in the series, they end up going to they have almost like a giant version of like it goes farther and longer a hyperspace, right? More than ever, and it takes you to another side of the cosmos.
Oh, really? So they just found a better lane. They found a superhighway.
They found a superhighway, and
they
found
with a whale.
Oh no, but the bad guys had a technology that did it, right? And then Ahsoka got inside these floating whales that make a migration once in a while back and forth, right? And
they really had space whales.
Yeah,
wasn't that in the X-Men?
I was going to say that's the
Akashi. Yeah, Anakashi or something. He ripped that name off of the indigenous.
Yeah, that was literally X-Men
That's
space.
got to be. Claremont had to rip it off some science fiction novel he read, I'm sure.
That is true, isn't it?
Yeah, Empress Leandra and the
Yeah.
Starjammers. They,
Yeah.
Aha, that's
Well,
right.
There we
I
go.
got it in my mind.
All Dirty Fatty says, Shadow
Room
Punk, watch
and-
this crap so we don't have to. He took the bullet for us. And we don't even
Okay.
appreciate
I
it. We
think
yelled
it was
at him and we didn't even
Okay.
take
and then Paul Smith.
Okay.
Storm become one with one of them, and that's how they brought Storm back. She got killed by the Brood, and she went one with the Space Whale.
Yeah.
Like
If
issue
you-
like 168 or something. Paul Smith.
Yeah,
drew
I
it,
was going to say X-Men 168,
something
166.
like that. One of those in that area. Yeah, I have to reread them.
Okay. But if you the Star Wars, the Clone cartoons, the Clone Wars cartoon,
I never watched that. I knew when
Okay,
it was on, but I
that
watched
is real Star Wars. George Lucas made it. He did every story. Okay. So if you watch that, that is Ahsoka is a really cool character. And just to establish a fact, because I know you guys might not know a lot about her, she's Anakin's Padawan. And as the series progresses, she starts to realize that even though he trains her in really well in certain ways to become an amazing Jedi, resourceful, but he's also teaching her fundamental things that are wrong. And
The Green Rabbit.
Bonus points to anybody who remembered. Marcus, I know you know, so be quiet. Anybody remember the Green Rabbit and where it's even from? Are we even? This is an old Star Wars nerdy tidbit right here. If anybody knows the Green Rabbit and where it's from.
From Star Wars?
Yeah. Hey, Coop, are you still there? Did you die?
Don't say that.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't be saying anything about that this week.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
You're just so quiet. What do you think? We've been talking so much and you showed up and you haven't said anything. What do you think?
Well, sorry, my internet's cutting in and out. Well, I think that the Empire is definitely better than the Federation. Just simply because the Federation seems to have smaller ships, and the Borg took them out pretty easily, and the Empire seems to have a lot bigger weaponry, like the Death Star and things like that. And it just seems like they're on a grander scale than the Federation is.
Do you think that the super laser from the Death Star could it focus on an Enterprise, or, a Galaxy class ship, or does it need something as big? Because as a planet, it's easy to predict the movement of the planet. You could stay in the orbit with the planet, so it stays stationary relatively to your position. But do you really think that? I think the space laser is, or the super laser is, too ponderous a weapon in a tactical combat situation.
Too slow. And the other thing too, fucking Kirk would figure it out, right? I mean, if there's any person in the cosmos who's going to go, there's a weak point. Spock, tap into that thing and figure it out. I mean, that's what happens all the time in Star Trek.
But in the original Star Wars, we're talking about the original Star Trek, the original Star Wars, there'd be no women for Kirk to seduce to get the secrets.
Oh, he'd bang Leia in about 35 seconds.
Yeah, but Leia.
I mean, if Leia went
already on his side.
Kirk could get her twice as fast. Come on, Kirk got game.
Oscar,
Leia would make him her bitch.
Three movies.
Oscar, when are you going to come on the channel? Star Wars doesn't have a race of supreme beings such as Q from Star Trek. Picard. Yeah. I didn't even want to get into the Q, because with the Q there is no fight. You know what I mean?
Kirk had
I
Shalane.
don't have problems with the Q. They break the rules as far as I'm concerned, but that's a whole other topic. Although every problem in Star Trek universe can be solved with a 3-word technical. Yeah, you just reverse the polarity on the sensor array and everything's taken care of, right?
Right. Scotty solves all problems.
If we learned anything from Geordi LaForge, it's just inverse the tachyon, give an inverse tachyon beam through the sensor array.
And Geordi taught people how to read.
Right. Yes. And he also made holodeck illusions of girls that he was in love with.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, right? When you go back and look,
If you and
how
any episode,
inappropriate some of that stuff
you're
was.
just like, okay, the holodeck's the bad guy. If I was the supreme ruler of the Federation, I'd be like, get rid of the holodecks, guys. If you're not doing creepy sex like Riker, then it's turning into a bad guy and attacking us. Turn off the holodeck. It's the worst piece of technology. Empire was made for war and conquering the galaxy. The
They
Federation.
needed to have a holodeck. When the writers didn't have an idea, they could sit there and pretend to Sherlock Holmes for a couple episodes.
Those are always my least favorite of all. The original series.
It's like a complete cheat.
It's like, let's
It's a
reuse
complete
this
cheat
Western
code.
set. God, I don't watch Star Trek to watch Westerns.
Here's another
Rob
fact.
Wilson Arts, a
Well,
new
the
name.
Q, you're presupposing that the Q would be on the Federation side.
Right.
Maybe
Oh.
the Q is really a Sith Lord.
The Q is on the Q side.
Well, there can only be two.
That's a possibility.
Well, here's the other thing that happens in every Star Trek episode known to man
Right?
is the fact that Star Trek, Kirk has gone through time multiple times.
Right.
Right. So if shit's going wrong, which I don't think it would be, because like I said, they have teleporters. Okay. So they can get into there, they can get onto the Star Destroyers, no problem. Okay. Even when they're moving, right? So but if things are going bad, Kirk knows how to slingshot around suns and come back like a day earlier. Am I wrong?
I'm gonna say the shields. I'm not gonna argue shield technology, but I'll say like a Star Destroyer shield has got to be is equal to a Galaxy class ship, so that they can't just phase and teleport back up.
Somebody said Dennis Turner.
Oh, really?
So in order, like, okay, us four here, let's all pretend that we're commanders of our own starships. I can't beam onto Marcus's ship unless he puts the shields down. So you know what I mean? To beam back and forth,
That's true. Yeah, you have to have the
you're
ship
actually being a little bit vulnerable. So you know what I mean? So to
You're
take
saying
and beam it.
You're saying that Kirk can't send a team on the Star Destroyer because
the shields are up. Yes,
You kind of have to be accepted on.
that changes.
Yeah.
But
or
everything.
you know the frequency of the shields and you could bypass it.
that
So
changes everything.
Right. So like either the shields are down or you have the codes to the frequency of the shields.
And there's no way Spock could figure out the frequency.
I'm sure
He's not smart enough.
maybe, but I'm going to give the shields equals, even
He's
though
as
I don't
smart
know
as
if
the
it's
plot
true or not.
allows.
But how many photon torpedoes can a shield take before it's weak and then you beam something in? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I love talking about this stuff. While I got you, has anybody played the Star Trek or Star Wars Attack Wing miniatures games? Oh man,
I've seen it because it's like HeroClix, isn't it?
yeah. Well, there's a HeroClix
we have a
version, but
game.
then there's a
I
non-Hero.
gotta check on the cats. I'll be back.
Oh, check on the cats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One's outside.
You would love to have Q as a friend, but at the same time, like we'd all be the toady. Doesn't matter. He's your friend, but he's the powerful friend that you have to agree with, who's going to smash the Monopoly pieces. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. When you guys talk about Next Generation, to me that's like talking about the sequels in Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Even though the Star Trek has more credibility, the Next
Star
Generation
Trek is science fiction. Star Wars is science fantasy. 100%.
Yeah, but my point is, even though I only like the original Star Trek, I at least acknowledge that the Next Generation is legit, and it isn't a total piece of shit like Star Wars, like the Force Awakens and all that stuff.
Well, Star Trek to me ended at Enterprise, even though I didn't watch it yet. I'll give it the grace. So there's Star Trek, there's the cartoon, which the original 74 cartoon with the voices of the actual actors, that I'll accept as canon. And then Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, even though I can't get past it. It's so bad. It's so bad. I know it gets good in season 3. I'm not there yet. And Voyager and Enterprise. Ta-da! That's put that in a globe. That's Star Trek. Everything else is anything with J.J. Abrams is an
Just
abomination.
watch Babylon 5.
Yep, Babylon 5 I gotta watch, and Farscape I gotta watch. And Star Trek, I mean Star Wars. There's 3 movies, and there's 3 movies, and unfortunately a Christmas holiday special.
Well, you know what though, John? How long is it going to take you to watch all those episodes?
Yeah. Well, I got to
Right?
get to it. Deep Space Nine is excruciating. Q is like that kid in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, you summed it up exactly. You want to be his friend. You want to be his friend, but you got to sooner or later. He's different. He's an alien. He's got alien motivations. He's not just a human with superpowers. He's like I believe that the Squire of Gothos, Trelane, I believe that was like a young Q, and it's only a matter of time before problems arise. Yeah, I would feel I don't hate the Q. I just feel better when they're not around.
Trelane was a Q.
Yeah, absolutely.
Peter David wrote it in the Q books I read. Q and Q squared.
I want to address this comment. The teleporters are death machines. According to Trek, you were just a collection of... Yes. You know what they're talking about, Shadowpunk?
Yeah. So he's saying that every time you use them, you destroy your body and then you revamp into a new version of your body?
Right.
I think it more take it apart and put you back together, right?
Right, but you died. So I took that concept in my role-playing game to the point where you don't want to use a teleporter because in my role-playing game, your experience points are the accumulation of your soul. So your soul is your experience point. So if you teleport, your body is that, but all your experience points get vaporized. You know what I mean? So nobody wants. David is one of my players, so he just learned one of my secrets. So they actually, Kevin will know this, who was playing with me. They came up with the different technology that warps space. So it created like boom tubes to teleport because Star Trek molecular disassimilation is you're dead. You just got killed. And even Star Trek couldn't refabricate your soul. And that's a big plot point for one of my stories is the most benevolent race. I forget what I named them, but they teleported around like the Watchers, giving technology and stuff like that. But as they teleported, their souls were destroyed. And your soul is your number one way to protect you from demonic possession. So here is the most benevolent race in the galaxy. They all died. They were the most advanced. And next thing you know, they're getting possessed by demons to the point where they became horrible. Where other races who hated each other had to stop this race of good natured people who became demonically possessed because of their misuse of their technology. They were so logical they didn't even think about a soul or anything like that. But there you go. That's an aside, and I just probably spoiled issue 37 of Heroic Tales. Q is my super friend. Don't ruin it. The only thing better than Q is Y and U and V, right? They're obviously more powerful. They're lower in the alphabet. Ron Wilson.
No, get down.
The Empire has zero shot at winning. This is David, another one of mine. David has the distinguishing glory of being the only of my new group of role players to die. So there you go. But he made up a new character. That is so freaking cool. I can't wait. I can't wait. I already got stories for your new character. Although we were going to play Sunday, but then I went and broke my full neck, and I can't host a role-playing session right now. I'm not there yet. So I'm sorry, David. Sorry, everybody. Anyway.
Good going,
Coop.
John.
What do you got to say? I always like Coop's very thoughtful, but I talk too much and don't give him a chance to speak. I'm giving you a chance,
No,
Coop.
that's fine. I'm
He's
so
on
far
delay.
behind.
He's probably got a 5-second delay.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
We got to get. You're in North Carolina. We got to get AT&T up there to get you some fiber there.
How long is it to drive? Go up there and fix Cooper and make his bed.
I know. I was just in Greenville, Cooper. I just got back.
I've got Charter. I mean,
yeah, the cable sucks though.
top package. It's just they need
Huh.
somebody else in the house is streaming right now.
Yeah, you should
Oh,
be
is that
able to
what's up?
stream. The issue with the cable, and
So-
then we don't want to get into this, but
Can't help it.
cable internet has a low upstream, so having a lot of devices can slow it down. The fiber optics, usually it's equal 100, 100, 300, 300, 1,000, 1,000.
Yeah.
So streaming and sending out information, usually not a problem.
So what you're saying is fiber optic would not be
Mhm.
good for a holodeck connection.
Fiber optic would be the great for the holodeck connection.
Because Riker don't want no glitches when he's talking to what was the Maris? She had some real cool Marisol or something like that. The chick that he loved in the holodeck.
He was in love with what beta what's her fate, the Betazoid anyway.
I remember he went to the holodeck. He's like
Diana Troy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Troy.
but he had a holodeck babe too, and he showed her off to Picard, and Picard was like, "Hey, yeah." But
There's no way
they had
that
one
whole
actress acted there.
It turned
and then
out
he's like,
she was
"No,
an AI.
right." So I'm just thinking of this as an actor, like non-movie. So it's casting. So they cast this one actress. They're like, okay, in the script, we need this redheaded, good-looking brunette, and she's sitting there at the bar drinking, smiling at Ricard, and the line is like, no, I need something hotter. Okay, this actress is leaving. We're gonna get the hotter actress. She's, who are you? Like she's telling people the next day, I was in Star Trek. Who are you? I was the less hot girl that I always thought that was like the meanest bit of casting in the movie. They should have had the same actress just with like a bad makeup on, remove the makeup, just to spare the feelings of this poor woman.
And that was a little bit of an insult.
Just like in Revenge of the Nerds, when they have the kissing booth and it's the two hot girls, and then the nerds get up to the booth and he goes, "Oh, you want to kiss? Kiss this nerd!" And they pull over this big fat girl. It's like that's a real woman. That's a real woman. Who did you play? I was in a movie and I played a girl so fat and ugly, even the nerds didn't want to kiss. Oh yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that today.
I don't know. I feel bad for actresses like that.
That's funny.
Like at least in Benny Hill,
Paycheck.
when Benny Hill saw the hot looking girl, and then he went over to it was a hot looking girl with ugly makeup on. So
Benny Hill. My grandmother liked Benny Hill.
everybody loved Benny. Benny Hill was great.
It's because Benny Hill was Jewish. She loved him.
Everybody loved Benny Hill.
Benny Hill was Jewish.
Yep. He's a lonely guy too. You ever read the stories about him?
Yeah, he was in love with a woman that got married to somebody else, and he never married again.
Nope.
And when that woman, I think her husband died, he took care of her kids and everything like that. But and they said his biggest hobby was he would ride the buses all around London.
That's right.
He
never owned a car, and he walked and took the bus to work all the time.
and he liked to just
He had all the money in the world too from that show.
and he was in love with the woman from for his whole life, but just sad.
Yeah, he is sad life.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Cyrano de Bergerac.
Shadowpunk just went off and took out like a Star Wars technical manual. He's like, oh yeah, but the ultimate nullifier will take out the shield.
What happened to Lopez and Tucci? They didn't come on.
Yeah, I think they were just being polite.
So here's my question, and you guys are writers. You guys know okay, so Kirk, McCoy, and Spock have to defeat Vader and Palpatine one way or the other. And let's just say they understand, they figure out that they talk to him maybe once, right? They figure out who these guys are. What would the battle plan be for those guys if you were going to write it?
Tell Scotty to transport me out.
Yeah. I don't think they have any chance to defeat, because it took Luke Skywalker to like overwhelm himself with the force powers to
what? If they use the Ponfar music, then they can win.
I don't think there's any chance. And also, I will say this: when Vader yelled at when the Emperor was like, defeat him, and then Luke went nuts and defeated Vader, that's when Luke turned to the dark side. Right then and there, he turned to the dark side right in front of all our eyes. That doesn't mean he's insane with rage and can't control himself. It's just that he succumbed. He took the emotional power of the dark side to defeat his father, and then his father saw what he did to his son and repented. And he turned back good. But Luke, he's all dressed in black. He's got the robotic hand. He is dark side now. He's a Sith. He doesn't realize it yet, but how did he defeated Vader? Not through graceful tactics, planning. He defeated Vader through freaking rage and overpowering. That's
true. And Darth Vader egged him on to get that out of him too, didn't he?
Right. And then what does he? So that was, to me, I was like, even as a kid, I'm like, this is his turning point.
I don't think it means that he became a Sith per se. I just think it means that he
succumbed to the dark side. Right then.
Well, but if you follow the series, like the movies, and especially the Clone Wars series, they have instances where they will lose it. They'll lose their shit, so to say, right? Yeah. Where they will become angry and they'll use it, but then they'll get it back together and they'll learn a lesson not to do those things,
Yeah.
But I think it's funny that
it's not a one-way trip.
Yeah, and that thing what you just said, I never thought about it that way, right? Which is cool. I learned something because I think you're probably right about that part of it. And then the hyperlane thing. I never, I'm just going to say it because I said it once. I'll say it again. I didn't know that.
I want to address Old Dirty Fatty. I didn't get what you were saying. I had to read this 3 or 4 times, but the 3 music, you're talking about the Adam West. You had Eartha Kitt, Lee Merriweather, and of course Julie Newmar. That was the woman that made me realize I was heterosexual. What was I?
Julie Newmar, right?
And Julie Newmar comes out bending over and stretching, and I'm like looking around like, Mom, what are these feelings that I feel? What's going on?
Women.
I think I just ignited my lightsaber, for the first time. But yes, it confused me. And what's the explanation? Well, contracts expired. They needed a new Catwoman. I don't know.
Julie Newmar couldn't do the movie, so Lee Merriweather played her in the movie.
Right.
And I guess she left the show and they recast her.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It wasn't as big a deal as they are now. Back then they just recast people. They don't care.
I've known women.
Frank Gorshin and
they met Michelle Pfeiffer did it for the next generation.
That's right. John and Gomez Adams.
Yeah, Gomez. Why can't I think of his real name?
John Astin.
John Astin and Frank Gorshin were both the Riddler.
Well, here's the thing, though. Michelle Pfeiffer, as gorgeous as she is, she doesn't have that Julie Newmar thing.
No, okay?
Nobody had the Julie Newmar thing.
Nobody had the Julie.
I have met women in my life that have had the Julie Newmar thing.
Oh, lucky you, then.
And you're like, and they're very rare, but they have like I don't know what you call it.
I don't know. I like the Yvonne Craig.
It's not exactly a saintly quality, okay? Because they have this inner thing where they exude sex,
like,
right?
Would you say Linda Carter has the Julie Newmar thing? No.
Oh, Linda Carter, good God.
Well, Linda Carter just radiated beauty, but I think I know what you're saying. Julie Newmar radiated not just beauty, but like sex appeal.
There's never been a better woman. There's never been a better woman than Linda Carter.
Stippling Vaughn is pulling us back to topic. So debate been settled. The Empire wins.
I don't know about that.
I got 75 people watching all together. Put it in the chat. Who do you think wins?
I want to talk about Yvonne Craig instead.
Yvonne Craig, what a body.
I met her once.
I still think it's the Federation.
Federation.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, they do this in Star Trek often, where they go hit the ship with the phasers or hit the ship with the photon torpedoes and knock out their thing. Right? They do that often. They would Spock would go hit that thing right there is where the shields are. And then
I think it's the Empire. I mean, we're not finished yet, but there's too many unanswered questions. We can answer the questions of what Star Trek basically can do. It's based on the pseudo sci-fi science that all has been dissected. And to this day, Star Wars is still not dissected. All the powers are whatever the writers want them to be at a certain time. And that's real powerful. I mean, that's more of a base, not a sci. That's more of a magic sci-fi. Like sci-fi plus magic, not and that the magic part that we can't answer. We don't really know how powerful everybody is. We do know that personally, the Sith Lords like Vader exude way more power than Kirk or Spock or Picard or any of those. They're just regular guys that are real tough and great leaders, and that's their superpower, but not in that strength thing. So the Empire, you don't know what they're going to pull out. They're in ships, but how are they powering those ships? It's never explained. They go through boom tubes to get everywhere, and they just show up.
And you never hear.
It's just so unanswered.
The only time you ever hear about like limited fuel and engines is when Obi-Wan talks about a TIE fighter. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, maybe a little bit the Millennium Falcon, but we get the feeling that.
But did he ever say it ran out of fuel?
Right.
The only ship that we can talk about is the Millennium Falcon that we know that's probably been Frankenstein by Han Solo, rebuilding it and building it and rebuilding it, and but that's the only one we can, something might fail on that ship. But the other thing is the fastest ship in the galaxy too.
Hey Cooper, what do you think? Who do you think wins? You're the only one that didn't give a definitive answer.
Definitely Empire. I don't care how smart you are. The biggest guns always win.
Oh, definitely the Empire. So, we got.
Yeah,
Marcus, you said the Empire also.
I said the Empire.
Okay, let me ask you guys this.
I wanted to say Star Trek, but I couldn't.
If the Emperor's ship invade around the ship and the ship blows up, are they dead?
Oh yeah.
Then there's the Federation will crush them.
I mean, unless you want to retcon the Palpatine's clones are everywhere like they did, but yeah,
they win the battle, right? I mean, because I still think that
by the way, Crush the Demon. This is the oldest joke in the world, and I'm not falling for it. But good try, though. I appreciate the effort.
I'm still going Federation.
I'm still going with the Federation. When it comes to war, the more maneuverable enemy. Look at what Alexander the Great has done with smaller numbers. Alexander was able to with the small Macedonian cavalry, they went up over the mountains. Nobody expected it, and he wiped out Thebes, which at that point was the army, and he destroyed Thebes like to the ground, razed it, and then when the Spartans and the Athenians showed up, there was Alexander standing there among the rubble. We got here first. If you could get to the battlefields and pick your battlefields and duck and weave and move, I don't think, because I feel that the Empire ships, when they're in these hyperlanes, they're going through a tube. They can't maneuver. They come out. Admiral Ozzel came out a little bit too early, but how much farther away were the other guys? The long range sensors on the Federation would have picked them up. And then that little freaking cannon, pulse cannon, was holding off Star Destroyers from the rebels.
Ion cannon.
Yeah, the ion cannons. You know what I mean? They were blasting away. Maybe they got to be weaker than photon torpedoes. And forget about the Romulans. The Romulans with the cloak technology just showing up and blasting them. I don't know.
Well, but there's also the fact that while you're doing these war things, right? And I'm assuming that the Emperor and Vader are also.
Oscar's got a point.
Yeah, we're talking about because like a lot, everybody says like the Authority versus Superman, and I gotta say, maybe this should be a clobbering time, but like the Authority would take out Superman if the Authority acted fast, decisive, and without hesitation. But the moment they hesitated and let Superman know the power that they have, Superman wins. But I'm like a sneak attack. Superman gives everybody the benefit of the doubt. He fights like a gentleman, so because he's powerful enough to do that. So yes, if the Empire came in and was like faking diplomacy and meanwhile they were mapping and everything, yes, of course we could create a scenario where the Empire absolutely kicks ass. But I'm talking
out of nowhere.
Yeah, they out of nowhere. They
Well,
just
the
show up.
Empire has fighter planes.
Yeah, but do you think those? Do you
Star
think
Trek
TIE
has
fighters
shuttles.
going to get through shields and then Empire has super weapons, capital ships, and fighters. Trek only has capital ships that are inferior. Well,
I'm just saying they have other aircraft.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
They have a smaller aircraft.
More maneuverable, right? The Federation.
They have a
more
smaller
maneuverable,
aircraft, intermediate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
right?
They have space shuttle. They have shuttles, but they don't have like small arms fire or smaller vehicles built to fight.
I mean,
Just ask
I
Midway
know,
how that
I know
turned
they
out.
I know they have fighters because I've seen them like training on them and things like that. But I can't, because I'm always advocating, like we're talking about the typical stuff, like Batman doesn't keep plutonium and kryptonite in his belt on usually or whatever, or adamantium or whatever. So I'm talking about but I know in a couple of Next Generation episodes it was all about fighters and Wesley and his crew messing up. So we can't just say the Federation doesn't have fighter ships, but you don't see them, so we can't.
You don't really need them. You don't need small ones.
I have a new battle. Who's
Okay.
more disappointing, Luke Skywalker or Wesley Crusher?
Oh, Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill. When it comes to disappointing,
I don't know.
Mark Hamill is always the answer.
Wesley's pretty disappointing as well.
Yeah, but he started out disappointing. We never had hopes for him.
Good point.
Right.
Oh boy, but those episodes, his mom was awful hot though.
She was my favorite woman in
Yeah,
Star
she
Trek.
was hot. I liked her.
I take it back. Susan Oliver in the the pilot episode of the first Star Trek with Captain Pike will always be my Star Trek love. And then
Really?
Dr. Crate. Oh, Dr. Noelle in Dagger of the Mind's Eye. The one where they have the machine that tortures people.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? Really? I can't.
Oh my God.
She was kind of hot. I mean, they're all kind of hot, right?
Yeah.
But she's the one that goes down to the base with Kirk. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Right. The woman who was the expert on 20th century warfare.
Oh yeah, the one who ended up with
Khan.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all kind of hot in their own way, right? I mean, why else would they be on TV? You need them. You need them to be hot. And by the way, Uhura was
they're all
pretty hot.
lesbians now.
Oh, Uhura was totally hot.
Yeah.
Uhura is David Williams' aunt.
Is who?
David Williams.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Who's on?
Artist David Williams on Graybeard's Fearsome.
Oh. But there you go. When she beamed aboard the Enterprise wearing the stockings and no pants.
There you go. Look at that.
I love this episode because this was the episode that showed us that Kirk wasn't the player that everybody. Because Kirk, I don't know if he was a captain yet, but he was an officer, and they had an affair. They both got drunk at a Christmas party.
Yes.
They had an affair. Kirk woke up the next day and was like, "Oh my God, I just did something morally wrong." She was a subordinate of mine. She was cool with it. She was more upset at the fact that Kirk broke up with her, but so Kirk explained it's what we did was wrong. I was an officer. I had a moral lapse of judgment. I did the wrong thing. But then we have Riker, he's in 10 forward hitting on all of his subordinates. So, Kirk gets the bad rep, but Riker to me is the creepiest one. But no, the creepiest one is Dr. Bashir. He's hitting on his patients while he's treating them. Can you imagine you go to the doctor and your doctor's hitting on you? Helen Noel, that's the name of this character. So
yeah, even Sally Kirkland.
She was hot.
When she was young, she had that voice and she was kind of hot.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. And the thing is, they have uniforms on.
Yeah,
which makes it like a suppressed sexuality, right? You're like, fuck. You might as well put like a police uniform on.
They might as well be dressed as like the sexy schoolgirls or something like that.
Or like a prison guard with really tight shit, right?
It wasn't that bad.
Star Wars is lame, says
Very
Hojo.
short.
Hojo's crazy. What the fuck?
That's it. That's it. Hojo now goes under $10,000
Seriously,
on my
dude.
comic after that comment.
Get the mythicals on Fun My Comic. Just because he's wrong doesn't mean his comic's bad. I
Do
enjoy
I
that.
have that? Hold on.
His fucking face is lame. How about that?
Hold on.
I can't argue with facts there, Shadowpunk.
See, Star Wars is, for all the threading the needle like we talked about. The universe of Star Wars is pretty cool. The extended universe is pretty cool. Some of the stuff they came up with, the history, like the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, is pretty neat. And if you go into it, the old Sith who came up with the Rule of Two and all that stuff, that's pretty cool. There's an episode in the Clone Wars cartoon where Yoda goes to the ancient world of the Sith, and he goes there, and it's all in ruins. And he goes into a temple, and he meets the old spirit of Darth Bane, who came up with the Rule of Two, and it's really fucking cool.
Well, I'm just surprised and disappointed that there's 81 people watching and nobody knew the Green Rabbit, where it came from or its name.
In Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Marcus is the only one who knows.
I'm
giving him the
name, but I know where he came from.
I'm giving the Knights of the Old. I remember being an apprentice, and a kid in my class knew I was into comics, and he just explained this game to me at nauseum for hours. We got there hours early, and I just politely listened to him. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
There you go.
There you go. From my comic, it's doing good.
So explain the Green Rabbit thing, because I have no idea.
There we go. Somebody knows his name. So his name is Jackson. Do you know where he's from? Does he know where he's from? The Magnificent Seven. Oh, okay. Stipley Vaughn knows, but
Stipley Vaughn would know.
Yeah, where he's from. Couple more minutes, because Shadowpunk is about to explode if he doesn't get this information.
I don't. What does Jackson have to do with
Jackson is a Green Rabbit he debuted in the Marvel Star Wars comic issue number 7.
I was 7. That's right.
Yeah,
After
6 was the end.
the first movie, serial was over.
Yes, issue 7 was the first new material created by Star Wars, and I think they wanted to put him in the Star Wars movie, and I think Lucas said "Over my dead body" or something.
That's right. He was in for a long time. Jim Shooter told me, and I know he told you on it, but he went in detail. Star Wars saved Marvel Comics. If
Really?
Roy Thomas doesn't bring Star Wars over and talk the people who own the company to get that license, there would not be a Marvel Comics.
Wow.
So it was Star Wars, and they took that first 6 issues. And if you read those first 6 issues by Howard Chaykin, he goes, "Oh, it's by Howard Chaykin." It wasn't even that great, But though they packaged that 6 issues, they reprinted, they made 2 Treasury editions. They made small digests. They reprinted again. They made millions on that.
Yeah.
Star Wars saved Marvel, and then that's why Marvel started doing all the Transformers and the G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe kept it alive because those are the comics that sold to non-comic fans.
Cooper saying he has to go
Iron
having
Man.
problems with his internet. So, okay, Cooper, it's okay.
So he
That's
went
cool.
on about that. He goes, "It's the most brilliant thing ever."
That's
And
cool
he
to know.
thanked Roy Thomas. He gave Roy Thomas all the credit. And that comic, it went 100 issues, and for a long time, it was their top-selling comic.
Yeah.
G.I. Joe was the top-selling. He'd be at conventions when I was a kid, and he'd be saying, Star Wars and G.I. Joe are a top-selling comic, and all these comic fans, that just like we are right now, at a con, right, are like maybe even more dedicated back in the 80s, are like, you got to be kidding me, because they used to sell on the newsstand. G.I.
Right.
Joe would sell on the newsstand because people would buy G.I. Joe comics.
This is one thing I want. If you watch Miller Time with Mark Miller talking with Brian Bolland, they talked about the newsstand in the comic shops, and Brian Bolland said, "Yeah, the newsstand, we had all this, blah blah blah," and Mark Miller said, "I can't disagree more." In the comic stand, you had all of these different comics, but in the newsstand, you only had like 20 comics. But I would like to bring this up with Mark, but there was more newsstands. So those 20 comics were selling to exponentially more customers. So I think the newsstand,
Well,
it's
maybe
at the high point of comic book stores. How many comic book stores were in America at the high point?
Maybe 10,000, maybe.
How many
Well,
newsstands and everything was selling comics?
But they weren't selling newsstands, selling at 7-Eleven, they're selling at drugstores.
Right. They were selling, when I say the newsstands, I mean everything but the direct market. The newsstand must have been selling literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of copies of comics.
The direct market saved the comic at the time because they were returnable. And the comics were so inexpensive compared and taking up shelf space for these stationery stores and retailers. They'd rather have Life magazine and Time magazine at $1.95 than a 50-cent comic or 25-cent comic. And they were losing their space on the newsstand without the direct market. The direct market has a lot of problems and ends up being the biggest problem now. But at the time, it saved it. The comics that always sold on the newsstand are just the ones you think. Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. That's why you can always find them. Spider-Man, Fantastic Four.
I would say that the newsstand was like the drug dealer. Hey, you go, kid, try one.
Oh, absolutely true.
You know what I mean? So without the newsstand, I think that
my
step in the comic book store.
My experience in the Midwest, there's no newsstands really. When I was growing up, there was the spinner rack and the drugstores.
Right. When I say newsstand, I mean everything like that.
No, right. The newsstand is like I bought on the Jersey Shore in some package store.
I subscribed twice. I subscribed once to
I did.
Captain Marvel because I love Pat Broderick's artwork and the comics came all beat up. And I subscribed once to Doctor Strange and the comics came all beat up, and I never subscribed again.
I subscribed to all the Marvel superhero comics. I subscribed because getting them from the stationery store and the corner store proved, why don't we do so? We're saving a lot of money because they were sold and they were mailed flat. And I never remember it being ripped, and I never remember it being wet, and I never remember it being torn.
Yeah.
So they may have been, but I don't remember it. And the reason why I had such a great collection is because I kept getting them.
Mine came in like a sleeve, like a brown paper bag sleeve.
Yeah, so did mine. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just didn't.
I mean, they'd be full like in our thing like this, but
some of them were folded right down the middle, like that. They just folded.
I never got them folded.
Creased down the middle. It drove me.
I never got them creased.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did the ones that came in the mail from subscription, did they have the logo in the bottom corner instead of a UPC?
Well, when I got them, they didn't even have that.
When the comic store
when
opened,
I subscribed, they look like this. They didn't even have that in the corner.
Okay.
When we got Heroes World open in White Plains, then I ended all my subscriptions and bought my comic at the comic stores. But I got them for years, like Thor 337 would show up. Whoa, what's this? But I kept getting them. Well, that's how I had all the issues. But I don't remember ever having a problem with them. Maybe one time in the winter they got wet, and once. But I don't remember. They came in good shape. I mean, is it 9.8 Aaron Lopresti shape? I doubt it, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't that I could tell.
Right. Oh, I'll tell you, when I was a kid,
I don't have any nightmare stories about that.
I used to take my comics and lay them all out on the floor. Like I'd have like 20 of them. And I'll tell you one of the coolest.
You'd roll around all naked, right?
Always. My mom's like, what the fuck? There was a cover for Marvel. It might have been Marvel Fanfare. A Frank Miller cover where it was a green dragon. And it had somebody like the back of somebody, like maybe it was a Doctor Strange or something, or no, it was like a priest. And man, Frank Miller did fucking cool shit.
Yeah,
it was back then. I had no idea why I loved it, but I loved it.
Right, Old Dirty Fatty, you're a little bit wrong. I collected hieroglyphics as a kid.
Right,
just so you know.
Old Dirty Fatty, I'm older than John.
John. I just realized that this is a 5W8. Yeah, Micronauts was a total ripoff of Star Wars. Even as a kid, I recognized that it was a total ripoff of Star Wars. But I wanted everything Star Wars that I didn't care, and not only did I not care, I wanted it. You know what I mean?
So good it didn't matter.
It was so good it didn't matter. That's a good way to put it. Bill Mann.
Micronauts were cool.
I challenge anybody, and that's one of the things I'm trying to push with Kelsey and anybody else. I haven't heard from Kelsey yet, so I'm hoping
No,
he's okay.
yeah, I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on.
Kelsey does do that. He goes into this semi seclusion. He's like a bear hibernating. So I hope everything's okay. But
I hope so.
in the future, 2 beards, 1 comic, which I would have to grow my beard back because I'm
You
disqualified.
get a fake beard.
But I would love to do the first 12 issues of Micronauts.
I want you to do first 12 issues of Micronauts. That is one of my favorite. I had Micronauts toys, and then Shooter told me too that Bill Mantlo shows up, and it was he got his kids got the toys, and he came up with everything in his head. Now Mantlo was known to kind of plagiarize even in regular comics.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Shooter was like Bill, but Bill was a little bit of a hack, and Shooter was kind of breaking him of it. He was like tough love. And he goes, and he comes in the Shooter, I got this idea. There's this toy called the Micros. We definitely have to get it. And Shooter goes, look at my desk, and he had all the toys. The company had already sent Marvel Comics all the toys for the Micronauts. And that's how Bill Mantlo got it. I don't remember. He didn't say how Michael Golden got the job. I mean,
could you believe that?
Top artist.
It was better than a toy tie-in had any right to be. And same with
that's
Rom.
why Marvel did so many toy tie-ins.
Let's be
realistic.
realistic.
All of them were good.
Rom was a piece of crap toy. Did anybody play with that toy and enjoy it?
It was terrible. That was a good comic. Godzilla was good. I mean, I didn't get Godzilla because I was into the superheroes, but I heard that was a pretty good comic. People love the Shogun Warriors. They love the Transformers.
John is right. A lot of people didn't get to read the Micronauts because it's never been republished. Same with Rom. Because
they're doing it now in Omnibus.
Because of the copyright laws.
They're reprinting them now.
Yeah, they're reprinting them now. So there's a lot of people who are reading them for the first time.
There's another character.
Omnibuses, however.
There's another character from that time that always blew my mind, just like the Micronauts, right? And that character was Machine Man.
Oh, Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby was on fire, and he dude, something about that character having all those gizmos and stuff.
Yeah, it was the original Inspector Gadget.
But he created the Machine Man while he was doing 2001, which can't get reprinted either. Yeah. They can't reprint 2001.
I believe it.
His adaptation in the movie is terrific, but you can pirate it, but you can't. They can't reprint it because of the Kubrick.
Oh, I totally believe it, man. They don't want.
And then they did the comic, and he created Machine Man or Aaron Stack. At the end of that, they spun him off, and then Ditko took over for Kirby.
Yeah.
That's the oddest thing. Ditko he lessened the powers. Kirby had them all jacked up.
I wonder if
nobody really cared about the Kirby and Ditko comics way back when. They just weren't. You could feel it. You could feel it at the comic conventions. You could feel it. That the people just thought they were old-fashioned guys. They weren't Jim Starlin and Michael Golden and John Byrne.
So I'm going to disagree with Oscar here. I cannot knock Barry Windsor Smith. He's awesome, unbelievable, awesome. But the Kirby stuff triggered my imagination, right? And that's the difference.
But Barry Windsor Smith only drew the 4th issue of that. He inked Herb Trimpe. Barry Windsor Smith was great friends with Herb Trimpe. A lot of people would not equal them up as artists, but that's not how Barry thought of Herb. Herb was such a good storyteller that he penciled 3 of those issues. He laid out 3 of those issues for Barry Windsor Smith.
Do you think those guys back in the day, they were like literally in those bullpen offices and they're just smoking in their rooms constantly?
They weren't in the bullpen. Herb Trimpe was in the bullpen because he started as a staffer.
Okay.
But like those other guys visited the bullpen. And basically, you had to live back then. You had to live near or in New York City to break into comics.
Totally.
You don't have to do that.
By the time Fantastic Four #1 came out, the bullpen was already over. The bullpen was more the Atlas Comics time. Like what you picture.
And they weren't going 9 to 5 at the office.
Yeah, 9 to 5. No. And Chuck Dixon tells a story about like Jim Aparo, and he's like, yeah, he was an old timer. Like at 5 o'clock, he put down his pencil. Doesn't matter if he was in the middle of a drawing.
Really
time to work is over. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. He would have his cup of coffee, pick up his pencil, and just draw. It was
crazy.
A 9 to 5 job.
That's how Stan Lee got John P. Buscema to work back at Marvel. He was doing after comics died. He was doing ad agency work for the big ad agency, and trying to paint like movie posters and books like Bob Peak, but he was doing an hour and a half drive each way from Long Island into the city every day. And, far out, he lived out there in Long Island. And that part of the deal was, I'll pay you what you're getting, and you can work from home. You just come in and deliver your thing once a week.
Oh, wow.
He worked for Marvel Comics after that.
Man, that's cool.
One of my guys that he doesn't join the live streams a lot, but he's always commenting. His name is Arthur Tripp. He's he's an old timer.
I'd like to meet Mr. Tripp.
He was what they called a woodchuck, and what a woodchuck was a little kid that would go into Manhattan, and then you knock on Marvel, and Stanley would be like, here's a ticket to Woodbury. Go to Jack Kirby's house, pick up the artwork, and bring it back here. And then, okay. And they get on the Long Island Railroad, go down to wherever Jack Kirby lived, knock on the door. Hey, I'm here. Okay. And then Rosalind gives you a sandwich. You sit there and eat a sandwich while Jack's getting all the art ready, and then you go, and then you show back up at Marvel, and they're like, okay, here's another ticket. Go to John Buscema's house, pick up the artwork. So, and then while they were waiting, he would watch them and he'd be like, come here, and here, color this. I got to go to the bathroom. And he's coloring. Ink this. Don't make any mistakes, kid. And he said he was at DC, and the guy was just like, I got to go. Write this. Finish writing. So he would be on the typewriter, finishing writing comics and stuff.
That's crazy.
I have a book. Oh, geez. But and then these guys created the first Comic-Con in New York. You have a book.
I have that big book on that.
Yeah, and you see Arthur as a kid, and to the point where Arthur went to some, I think in the late 70s, he went to a comic convention, and he's just standing there watching Jack Kirby sign autographs. And Jack Kirby got up and looked at him, and he said Kirby got teary-eyed because there was a rumor that Arthur was killed in Vietnam, which was not true.
Oh.
So he was just like,
wow.
I thought you were dead. And Jack
saw Kirby at the creation.
It gave him a big hug. It was like, oh my God, he remembered him as a little kid, and now
he's in that book. I got that book about the 1964, that white cover.
Yeah, the white book. I did a video.
That book, right?
Yeah, I did it. I did a Sunday Comics on it.
That's right. Yeah, I have that book. Well, who else would have that book? That Ditko used to do all the cons till the fans pissed him off and he stopped going. Because
he was telling me a story. I was asking him about everybody. He says Roy Thomas Jack Kirby used to call Roy Thomas kid, and Roy would get pissed off. And then
Jack Kirby called a lot of people.
Steve Ditko would go outside. He would walk around his car 3 or 4 times before getting in it. He would walk into his office.
Oh, that's right.
Open the door, shut the door.
He had a thing going on.
Yeah,
he was monk.
Obsessive compulsive,
Yeah, but nobody knew back
nobody knew back then. That's just your pain in the ass. You know what I mean?
They were talking. Jim Shooter was talking to me how he got Ditko back, and basically he just called Ditko up and he says, come to my office." And he shows up, and the lady doesn't recognize him because he's just a sheepish little guy. And he goes, "You know who that was?" And he explained to his secretary who Ditko was. Next time he comes in, he got treated like a king. Ditko liked that. So Ditko, it was a weird way for looking at work. They'll give him anything, All the editors wanted to meet him, and they all wanted to give him a story. But he turned it down, and he kept turning him down just because he was Steve Ditko. Nobody knew why he turned him down, but he kept showing back up at the office. And finally, somebody gave him a story, and he drew it. I forgot what the first one was. And, and that's why he got all that work, the Fantastic Four annual, because all these editors couldn't wait to work for Steve Ditko work for them.
Well, you know what it is too.
Treated him like he was supposed to be treated, like Steve Ditko.
It's funny that people like Ditko and Kirby, who are the kings of comics, really, no matter who you are, your style is going to phase out, and people are going to mimic you and become better. And it comes around, and it comes 30 years later, you're brand new, your styles, Kirby stuff is perfect again, but it was just weird how that works,
It's funny because Mark Miller was saying that.
I was never crazy when Liefeld used to say, well, Kirby had his own anatomy. Why can't I have my own anatomy? And I never really equaled them up. I still don't equal them up. That's something can't explain why. And he can have that, You don't have to be perfect because Kirby did squiggles for muscles, but
You can
it
have
was
your own
Kirby.
anatomy
It
if you
was
want,
Kirby.
but you can have anybody can do their own anatomy, but it has to work.
Right.
I don't know. I always liked Kirby because they reprinted all those comics. You know, Marvel reprinted all the comics in the 70s, the Avengers from the 60s and all that. And I read so many Kirby comics. I just never thought I loved all the comics. I loved Don Heck. It didn't, you know, there were ones you liked better. Like John Byrne shows up, you're like, oh, George Prince, you're like, oh my God, you can really tell the difference. But I never thought all these other guys were bad, that they would get derisive, you know, comments from that. You fandom way back then.
Well, I will also say that every artist hits a stride, and you can see it in retrospect. Personally, I think that, say, Burns was the Death of Phoenix, right? Kirby's was probably around Fantastic Four 60 or 50 or something like that, where they're fighting Blastar and people like that. And his art is so embellished. Every panel is an illustration.
I say Kirby's best art was Thor 160 to 170. Oh my God. That's
Yeah,
the
Kirby,
creation of him.
I
Galactic.
feel like that the late 60s, before he got pissed off at Marvel and Stan Lee, and that were his best thing. When the art shrunk, the art used to be drawn 12 by 17. And then Murphy Anderson, who did the color separations for DC Comics, he told them that they could shoot, instead, with 12 and 17, you can only shoot one page of comics at a time. But if you worked at 10 by 15, like they do now, smaller size, they could do 2 shots at once. They could shoot 2 pages, photograph 2 pages at once. So DC went to that, and after DC went to that, Marvel went to that, and a lot of the older artists did not like the smaller size. Murphy Anderson loved the smaller size. Neil Adams liked the smaller size. Jack Kirby hated it.
Yep.
You know,
Well, your
I don't
artwork
think
looks
Ditko
better.
liked it. I'm not sure Kane
If
liked
you
it.
do big and then you shoot small, everything looks better.
So they did not like. He liked to have that space. The more detailed guys that couldn't get their deadlines, like the smaller size.
Yeah.
So that hurt Kirby a lot, and you can see that's when the Fantastic Four stopped having all those vistas, and they were just, not only was he was also mad, he wasn't creating anything new, but then it really got to be 6 panels because he didn't have that big size artwork to work on anymore.
Wow. It's funny how people have to come up with solutions for the conditions they work in, right? And sometimes you get great solutions, and sometimes, especially if you're used to it, it'll throw you for a loop.
Yeah, that's what they say. And I think that Joe Sinnott was his best inker because he did just enough to fix Kirby without covering Kirby up. Kirby had a lot of trouble with inkers for most of his career.
I think Joe Sinnott is the best, but I also, when I look at the Bill Everett stuff,
Bill Everett inked him really well.
well, the line work is pretty fucking sweet, right? And then the other one was
What issue did Bill Everett ink Kirby?
He inked Kirby on those Thors you liked.
Oh, really? Okay, there you go.
Those 3 guys that came in and had the sign. He inked those, and then everybody's like, "Oh my God, I wish he inked Thor instead of Vin Coletta." And then he worked over Kirby layouts on the Hulk, but it was really Bill Everett's pencils. He didn't really ink Kirby. But Kirby laid it out for him.
Vince Coletta is just the wrong selection for Kirby style, right? You got to get him on somebody who's more like something more wispier.
Stan wanted it. Thor looked like a woodcut and old style, especially when they go to Asgard. So they liked Coletta on Kirby. And then when they finally settled on the inker, Sinnott on the inker, then that was like a high futuristic adventure, right? Sci-fi. So that's why they kept it different. But Sinnott inked the first Doctor Doom and number 5, but he didn't stay with Marvel because Marvel couldn't pay him his page rate. Marvel was cheap with inkers. So he did the Catholic comics for a billion years. And he did all work that we never even saw.
I was talking to John the other day about Joe Sinnott inked Ron Friends, and when he did a run on Thor, and those pages are fucking gorgeous, and they are just like those Kirby Fantastic Fours, where like every little panel is a jewel.
I think, well, Joe Sinnott inked Rich Buckler and used my cover, so I'm really biased towards him. So I think he's the greatest inker in comic book history.
Could be.
But they did use him to fix a lot of guys and put the sheen on a lot of guys, like Don Perlin when he did the Defenders. Well, Don Perlin's not the most exciting penciler, but when Joe Sinnott inks him, he looks like a Marvel comic, right?
You know, it's funny.
He used the pencil too, just he wasn't good at superheroes.
You would think that Marvel would go, let's recognize Joe Sinnott's really the best guy we got. And they would say, let's tell our other inkers to mimic him. What are you doing? Help us do it, right?
I have this artisan edition, and it's like he never made a mistake. There's no whiteout on it with Joe Sinnott. It's like he penciled romance comics with Rin Coletta. He did everything.
He did that. I think the first cover for the first Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew Spider-Woman.
He just didn't get and a lot of the ad art he did. He inked Romita a lot on the ad art. He did a lot of ad art because it looked so perfect.
I didn't know he did Romita.
He inked Romita a couple times. He inked Romita.
It would make sense
on Captain America once, and he inked him on Fantastic Four. They kept Sinnott on Fantastic Four forever to keep that Kirby look up until the 80s, until John Byrne took over, really.
Yeah. That's when I farted. That's when I started on the Fantastic Four. The George Perez, Joe Sinnott.
George Perez and Joe Sinnott, yeah.
Oh my God, those are glorious. I love those.
Well, now we're not talking about Star Wars, so I apologize.
Well, I think we solved the Sstar Wars thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah. One last one.
This is what I want to do. I want to do this at the comic conventions. I talk like this with Fraga. They're crazy. They think, "How do you know so much?" I just remember stuff. Well, that's going to happen to you, John. You already know a lot of stuff, but now that you have nothing else to do, you'll be like every comic book thing that you ever thought it was going to sink in. You're never going to forget, because that's what happened to me when I'm at home and I'm looking at comics and reading articles and looking at blogs. Like, I have no use for Tom Brevoort, but I read his blog because there's going to be a gem in there about the history of comics.
You see this space over here? I want to get like a speaker in here, and then like.
I was thinking,
close my mouth and just have
a tracheotomy.
My name is John. Like a proclamation. Like
you got to smoke a cigarette
Star Wars or Star Trek, and then I close my. Star Trek will win.
You remember the Star Trek comics that Al Williamson did? The Return of the Jedi comics.
From Marvel,
so good. I think, remember he did that. They did the adaptation instead of putting it in separate adaptation. They did it in the comic series, like issue 51 or something.
Right. I stopped getting Star Wars comics around issue 13 because I told the story a few times. They did the colors wrong.
I remember that issue. Yeah,
really?
Colors.
I never got that upset about that stuff. I don't know why.
I liked them. In my memory. In my memory, the comics came out before the movie, but it might have just been that I saw the movies late.
The Star Wars #1 came out before the movie,
right? So I remember that they colored them wrong because they used like production stills and stuff like that.
That's right. And in the middle, the problem with that is once they finished with the first movie, it took years for the second movie, and it was up to Marvel to come up with all these stories. That's why they came out with Jackson. And they had to pass Lucasfilm, so they couldn't really go crazy. And they weren't allowed to use Darth Vader for the longest time. Oh, yeah. Until they knew what they were going to do with him in the next movie, they couldn't use him.
That does make sense.
So they're having Han. They could use Han and Chewbacca all over the place. And they did all sorts of crazy stuff.
Do you remember
Infantino drew it too, and nobody cared much for him.
Do you remember there was a thing with issue #1 where it was issue Star Wars #1 and it was like 30 cents.
That's right.
And one of them was 35 cents or something. And one of them is really worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I think the 30 cents one is.
I've got the one that's worth a lot of money. When I was a kid, my buddy's like, "Hey, do you want it?" And he's like, he wanted to be my friend. He's a cool guy. He gave it to me.
Yeah, I have one. I bought, but I gave away my one because I first off I drew on it and color corrected it with magic markers.
Stippling is right.
And then I got rid of it because I'm like, this isn't the movies. This Star Wars is wrong. I can't deal with things. Even as a kid, I had zero tolerance.
That didn't bother me too much. If they did it with the superheroes, it would bother me. It would have bothered me.
I'm gonna really be interested in reading your book, John, because your brain is a certain unique thing. We all have unique brains, right? Mine is really bizarre, but like yours has got this thing where you are a adamant about certain factors that go into these things.
Right.
And I want to see what
The superhero name has to focus the superhero. Otherwise, it's a bad name. Good super. Everybody who's ever subscribed to my channel understands my point of view on this. The Flash, perfect name. If I say to you the Flash, and you know what I mean, and you were from another country, didn't know comics, you would be like, okay, he's either super fast or he's got light. Either one of them would be appropriate for the name of the Flash. You know what I mean?
What about Shadron or Yara?
They're not focused. They don't explain anything about the character.
Yeah.
Or like Lightning.
What about Goodyear?
Gooding.
Gooding is his actual name, but it's also a terrible name.
So I didn't read the comic.
And I'm not. This isn't let's poop on Eric July. I don't want to.
That. Everybody else does.
But Gooding, it's difficult to say. It's a bad name.
It's difficult to say.
It has to roll off the tongue. So but
yeah.
I had Eric July on my channel twice. He's been nice to me. The second time I got my dander up and I asked him directly, what does ISOM mean? And I was told, read the comic. I said, that's not the right answer. You know, if I make up Shazmo, that doesn't tell you anything about the character.
And when you read my book, that was clear.
Right.
What bothers me, well, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. I don't get any of his tweets or anything because I would just mute him. I just blocked him because I just didn't want to get the tweets. I didn't want to see the promo because he's relentless.
Oh, really?
So I don't even know what's going on. I know that he doesn't really promote the same, and it's just inexplicable exactly what he's doing. But he's the one with the money. It doesn't matter to me what he does.
Dude,
I hope everybody does well with him. I hope Mike and Chuck do really well with him. It's fine. I wouldn't pick my wagon.
There has to be, Marcus, there has to be a thing about superheroes. There has to be a name. There has to be a symbol. Like I try to make it so that this, like when you see the symbol, you think of the patriarch, just like when you see the bat.
I agree.
You know, and then, so if I'm giving you the name of the patriarch, I'm giving you this victory symbol. And then what, you know.
Well, he wanted to keep everything a secret. Like we know about the patriarch. So we know that the patriarch, if the first thing you told us, we'll know certain things about the patriarch. Well, we won't know his origin until later. But that doesn't matter if we know what his powers are, what his name tells who he is, the costume, the nice, elegant, like you say, the simple but elegant costume. And, and a little tidbits about him. That's fine. We don't have to have the full story. No. And Eric thinks that everybody's asking full story. No, but we have to have some tidbits to get our hooks into the character. And he didn't give us
the fact that everybody's asking these questions is showing us that we're not prepped properly.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
does he fly? How strong is he? He can survive being
Captain America. You see this guy with the red, white, blue costume with shield, and his name is Captain America. I know a lot about that character. And again,
exactly.
On Isom, but Isom, let's change it to another character. If I just said this is Cable, and you see a guy with a bionic arm, a big gun, and a glowing eye, what is this guy's focus?
Well, the character ended up like Cable is ridiculous, but he ended up being ubiquitous, so we accept.
I still don't like Cable.
It's like Deadpool,
Right.
I still don't know what Deadpool's powers are because I never paid attention to Deadpool.
But
I don't like
Harley. Talk about an unfocused character. He's got a big gun, but he's got telekinesis. He's got a robot arm. He's from the future. You know what I mean? And his name is Cable. What does Cable mean? It's not a good focus. And everything about the character's popular, despite the fact that it doesn't work. And here's another one. Here's the. I love Bill Williams' comic Punchline. There's a character in that comic called Versima. What the F does Versima mean? And I asked Bill Williams directly, what does Versima mean? And he said, I don't know. You got to ask the guy who created the character. So he doesn't even know either that or he just doesn't want to tell me.
Punchline is a good name.
And so the superhero's name is Versima. she's got this costume that looks like Jack Kirby designed it with all these lines all over the place, and she still she breaks every rule, but I freaking love the comic because it's well written, and it's compelling. So I was willing to give Isom the benefit of the doubt, but he didn't.
But I'm so into the art like Shadowpunk draws. The art has to grab me. I can accept a lot of stuff, but the art has to grab me. The art didn't grab me. That's a professional comic, Marvel, DC. So yeah, that rabbit hole, Cooper's name, his stuff makes sense to me.
It does.
I mean, I don't know all his characters.
He has I don't know if how much you know about his universe. It's really cool. He's got it really thought out. The physical energy things that are going on that make the superheroes, and he has great names. And that, to me, that's super important because that captures the imagination.
Right. I got to say, issue 2 of Heroic Tales, you're going to get a whole slew of superhero characters because they're studying the nature of superheroes and they're like reviewing the files. So it's not really going to be debuted, but you'll see like dossiers on all the superheroes and their names and stuff. So it's fun to see Renzo drawing.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
And then I have a whole other superhero universe that I'm going to be working with Oscar Carrano, who's in the chat earlier, and Tonic Bowl. But are they separate universes? Oh, not. There's no multiverse, so this will be fun to see if people can connect the dots to see how they connect.
I'll also
the
say
Earth is
this
flat in your universe, and it's just another planet, a disc that goes like this.
No,
you're right. Art creators can talk the talk all they want, but until I get that book in my hand and I read it, then it's all.
So if Isom had all its problems, and then he got an artist, he got Aaron Lopresti to draw it, or one of the other great artists, or Oscar, or Renzo, I would have liked it. I would have it would have been worth my money, whether it was silly or not. So when you got Renzo to draw it, that book would have been awesome.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Good. Oh, I was going to say, I agree with this comment. Names are getting harder and harder to come up with because all the good ones are already took. I will say yes, and it's funny because I keep on my phone. That would be a good, like I hear a word. I'm like, what does that word mean? I'll look it up. That's a good super.
How you have to do it.
And I have like a website that it's inaccessible. So I log it there because I'm always afraid my computer's going to crash. I got like 2,000 cool superhero names, and then maybe I'll put them.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
So I got millions of superhero names now. I think they're.
That's cool.
When I read Isom, okay, I liked the artwork. I didn't think it was like Kirby or something.
Yeah, but it was blotted me.
But my point is, it was unreadable.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got a couple pages, and I'm like, there's when you write things, the person reading it appreciates little payoffs here and there, right? Little epiphanies or little things that make you turn the page.
Trail of breadcrumbs to keep people interested.
That's excellent. That's a good way of putting it. And it's like, so I don't care. To me, artists reign supreme. Okay, but you got to have something that entertains.
You got to have the art that you have to have it come back. Like one of the books I really loved. You ever get Scout by Tim?
Yeah. I'm reading Scout now.
I don't think that Scout is.
Well, that's Tim Truman.
Like,
what are you going to say? This guy's a master draftsman.
He has his odd artistic things going, but I love Scout. I also got an A on that paper in school when I wrote about all the blues, all the chapter, all the titles.
I want to address Israel's got really good comments. Did I like the 3D assets? I'm not an artist, so I didn't notice. That that was stuff that Ethan Van Sciver and high quality, high talent people. I didn't notice. I'm a writer guy, and again, I'm also taking what Shadow Punk says. I talk about my dick size. You know what I mean? All the guys have gigantic dicks until you whip it out. You know what I mean?
That's Jesse's book.
So take me as an amateur, which I am at this point, until I publish a comic. But that's besides the point. I looked at it from the writing perspective, and I was like, okay, the art is acceptable to me. but I'm not a professional. I didn't notice the 3D assets. So when people started pointing out the 3D assets, I was like, oh, okay. The first time I criticized the art was somebody else pointed out that picture with the car with the castle.
Yeah, well, that was bad.
But you know what the problem is?
So,
and again, I can't believe this is turning into Eric July bashing, and I don't want it to be.
but it's not.
I was so disinterested in the story that I wasn't even paying attention to the art.
It's not Eric July bashing. It's breaking down his comic book. It's nothing
Right,
about
I
him personally. He takes this stuff personally, but it's not. So the 3D assets to me, like here, I'm completely traditional. And would I have a computer and use them? If I had that, probably. But what you have to do is you have to draw over it by hand to make it look like you drew it. You
Right.
can pick it out. Like nobody wants to draw a tank. Like Graham Nolan said, he likes to draw airplanes, but he doesn't like to draw tanks. He'll drop the tank in there and then redraw it. Like it's like using reference, but you still have to make it your own. And the artist didn't do that. That's not really on Eric. That's on the artist.
Jack Kirby used that. It's he cut stuff out of a newspaper.
Everybody uses a light box. It's
how you do it.
It's just a lazy way it was used. And did he use? There's another program that they use, Poser, where you can pick out superhero and pose them in and drop them in.
Yeah.
That I don't like. That you should draw out. But everybody swipes. I mean, it takes influence.
At the end of the day,
you have to make it your own.
At the end of the day,
you know what I mean?
So I'm a 3D artist and a 2D artist. So I build my backgrounds in 3D, super basic.
A lot of people do.
But the reason I do it, and if you look at my book, is that I can put simple shapes and put a camera where I want it, and I can construct where I want the figures and then draw that, right? So, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, all that matters is if you appreciate the book. And for example, if you look at it and like you say, if you make it, you draw it and you make it your own, and it looks like something a human being made. It has to have
that's what I'm talking about.
And it has to have that factor.
And yeah, some books, and if you're really good at it, and Stippling wanted a good comment about it, then I can't tell.
Right.
Like whether you're a computer artist or not. Like I'm reading Godlike. Because of the scope and the way it's colored, I really can't tell that John draws on his iPad and not on paper because of that book. Usually it's tough. It's easier in science fiction books or books in mythological books. But if you're doing backgrounds, you have to just work at it. It's not – Graham is really good at it. You can't always tell that he's using it on a computer. But they're all starting to go back to the original because of AI, and they can sell the original paper pages.
Coop, I didn't take any drugs. I actually got – this has nothing to do with anything, but you just made me think of this. One of my buddies messaged me. He goes, John, I heard about your neck. He goes, please don't take any painkillers. Like he lives out in California. He goes, I got too many friends who got hurt. They took painkillers, and it was a
That's right.
I don't take painkillers. When I was in the hospital, they started offering me I don't even remember what the name of it was, but I was like, no, I'm not taking it. And
you say that now, but if you were a mega pain, you do it.
I remember.
I won't do it. I remember I got a root canal, and I got the root canal on a Saturday because I didn't want to miss work. So Monday I'm in, and I remember the dentist was like, here's a codeine prescription, and I was like, thank you. And then as I walked out, I threw the prescription in the garbage. So I was telling that story to my partner at work, and this carpenter who was working by jumped off a ladder and goes, can you get that prescription? I'll give you $10 for the prescription. I'll buy the pill.
I remember.
I said to Brian, this is why I don't want it, because I know I have a low willpower. I won't smoke. I won't gamble. I won't go into picking up hot prostitutes because I know I have no willpower. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to stop taking painkillers. I know that because a bunch of people have been messaging me and asking me like, so I'm on ibuprofen and I took a muscle relaxant.
When I first got hurt, they gave me Vicodin, and I said I'm supposed to take it. And then I doubled up by accident, and I got all dizzy and got sick. I don't like it. I don't understand why people want to have it. When I got hurt the second time, I didn't want. I'm not doing anything. So, but they made me take it so I could work, so I could get up and get through the rehab. The rehab was very difficult because I almost broke my hips. and shattered one leg. So I'm doing all this rehab on one leg, and they had to twist me around to try to loosen me up, and it was all very, very painful. So they wanted me to take the medicine before the rehab. Other than that, I would have never taken it. So I could get through the rehab. It's like, you know, what can I tell you?
You know, it all depends on the degree of pain.
It's true.
Like some people have, and I've had it once or twice in my life, unbelievable amount of pain, right? And some people have, and I have a high tolerance for pain, right? But I mean, some people have zero tolerance for pain. Even like a little pinch is a 3 on a, you know, a scale.
You know what's funny is, you know, I got to the car accident and, you know, banged my head and everything like that. You know, I'm like, where's my phone? Where's my keys? You know, and I'm like, this isn't that painful. And that was like, I must be stunned because I'm not that much
You're
pain.
in shock.
You know, I must have been shocked. While I was laying in the hospital bed, you know, I'm in a gurney in the hallway, people walking by, you know, I'm like this because my elbows keep getting hit. So I'm laying in the bed, like, I got a cramp in my thigh. I get cramps every once in a while. This cramp was, when I get these cramps, it's all I could do not to cry. I'm like, oh, I got one live. And if you could see my face, I'm like this, you know, and I just talk, but oh my God, like breaking my neck wasn't as painful as getting a cramp. And if I could deal with that cramp without a painkiller, then, you know, whatever. So I
don't disagree with you. I don't like them. They make me sick. And they give you weird dreams too. It's terrible, the painkillers.
Really?
Yeah, I have the most pleasant, wonderful dreams. I love sleeping because I have these fun dreams. But
I don't sleep that much.
Times that I did take like a painkiller, it was like death. I just close my eyes and then I wake up. I'm like, where's the fun in that?
I only sleep 5 hours, so.
Yeah. Here's another question apropos of nothing. Does anybody have a weighted blanket?
I don't. I heard they were really good.
A weighted blanket? Do you ever go to the dentist and they put that lead blanket on you? Do you like that?
People like that. I don't know.
I guess it's kind of cool.
Yeah, so I don't know where I heard it, but I heard people like, oh, get a weighted blanket. So I was like, you know, I'm going to get a weighted blanket. I freaking love it.
Yeah, I heard people love that.
The only thing is, you know, without the AC, it got too hot. So, but then I heard people going, oh, how heavy is your weighted blanket? I like a 5-pound weighted blanket. I like a 12-pound. Guess how much my weighted blanket is?
Like 15 pounds?
It's like 40 pounds.
Oh my God.
It's huge and it's heavy. And my wife like hates it because she hates making the bed because she doesn't sleep with it. She can't stand. Oh my God. You throw it on. It's like, boom. And I sleep like a baby. It's the best.
Wow. Probably good for the winter, right?
We got to get you somebody's got to get you an air conditioner.
Well,
I lived in Valhalla, when I had my house in New York, we did the whole thing with a giant air conditioner downstairs and then 2-room air conditioners upstairs. And every year
I got an air conditioner.
Take the air conditioner out. Take the air conditioner.
That's why I said I'm never leaving this basement. I got a split unit. I got a bathroom right there. I got my fridge. I got the huge TV. I got
you move down south, everything is air conditioned because it has to be, because nobody could do anything.
Yeah,
I'm saving up. South wouldn't have any economy without an air conditioner in summer.
So back on Kickstarter, back Heroic Tales on Kickstarter, back Heroic Tales on Fund My Comic.
I have to back it on Kickstarter.
I get a new car, and I got to get
because I can get away with backing it on Kickstarter.
Marcus, come on, man! Every time I talk,
I'm sorry.
So, what do we think, guys? Let's have the definitive vote for.
Now that Cooper's gone, we win, John.
No. Well, we got 90 people in the chat. Wow, 90 people. Let's comment. What do you think? The Federation, and if you have a point that we didn't address, bring it up. And if you still want to pop in, here's the link to pop in. If you want to say something, I know we went off topic a lot, but that's why I call these conversations. Conversations are not, you know,
it's going to happen.
Oh yeah, when the end times come, I'm happy down here. I got my guns over there, you know. Oh, you said Cooper. He says Empire.
What the fuck?
One last thing. The Oscar is going to be drawing and coloring. I'm making a comic book. The only way to describe it is Love and Rockets meets Crisis on Infinite Earths. So Oscar is going to be doing the superhero portions. Tonic Mole is going to be drawing the realistic portions. And, it's tied to my comics. Those of you who are eagle-eyed, I'm hoping 3 issues of Heroic Tales will be out before this comes out, and there's going to be a breadcrumb so that you could notice the similarities. So here we go. We got Kickstarter. Get that Michael T. Gilbert cover. And the Empire wins. And I will admit that the Empire looks cooler. Empire looks cooler. The bad guys always have better uniforms.
Can I say one thing though?
As many things as you want.
Nobody looks fucking cooler than Captain Kirk season 1. He's like a torpedo. He's like on fire, that guy. Like the Emperor would look at him and go, dude, I'm not even messing with you. You're like a sleek missile.
Kirk, yeah.
That's what the girl said.
People also bust William Shatner's acting. You know, people like have a bad memory of William Shatner's acting.
He's not that bad.
Memory.
I think he's awesome.
Watch it. He's charismatic. He's awesome. He ties the show together. He's not just the captain of the Enterprise. He's the captain of the show.
He's T.J. Hooker too.
I wonder if on the show he was like,
oh, he's probably hated,
like a massive ego actor.
Yeah, they hated it. Everybody loved Nimoy. Everybody hated Shatner.
He's like that in real life. So
I guess when they kind of grew apart over the years.
Yeah,
and I think Nimoy was a big left winger guy. And I think what's his name? Shatner is kind of a,
he's
typical
more
Republican dude.
Yeah,
right. He's a typical kind of the right wing conservative.
He always plays it up. I'm a Canadian. I don't even vote. Well, you open your mouth a lot,
And he's been here.
He's a big environmentalist.
He's been here a long time.
He's been on Corolla a lot. He's always very charming, and Adam Carolla loves him. But he didn't treat Ron Garney too well when they met. When they had like a meeting.
I tell you,
set up for a meeting at a convention. So
why did they have a meeting?
I never want to meet William Shatner because my opinion of him will only go down. I never want to meet him.
No kidding.
Oh, best Shatner is Halloween 1. You don't get that?
No, I don't get it.
The Michael Myers mask was a William Shatner mask.
That's right.
Yeah,
I heard that. Yeah,
somebody they got a William Shatner mask and they painted it white because for some reason the mask they were going to use either they lost it, got ruined, or whatever.
Well, I learned something new.
Yeah,
again.
We're very educational here over at John's Long Box.
I mean, seriously.
So we didn't get enough people to conclusively decide. But are you ready for next week's It's Clobbering Time?
Lay it on us.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Cyberfrog versus Isom. Who's going to win?
Yeah, dude. That people are going to get pissed.
Now I got to figure out what Isom does.
So no speculations now. That's why I was kind of hesitating. But next week, it'll be Isom versus Cyberfrog. It's Clobberin Time. Remember, we're going to talk about the characters, the story arc, the villains, everything, not just a battle, and then we'll conclude with a battle. So I'd like to. Can I give you a pointer?
Sure. Because I've been through what you're going to do here. I made posters, Cyberfrog and Isom, and people went fucking apeshit. They could not stop fighting about it.
Yeah.
You're going to get you work with a couple of the Rippaverse backers.
Right.
Maybe make sure they know.
My point is,
they can't handle it. That's on them. You know what I mean?
Make an image
where
get
mad at you.
And it's
put them
not,
together.
I want to make it absolutely clear. It's not EVS versus Eric July. These people don't exist for the purposes of this argument. We're talking the character of Cyberfrog versus the character Isom.
The Isom people are pretty protective.
My point is, John, you got to make.
If you can't participate, get out of the pool. You know what I mean? It's. This is comic books. Why is it okay for the Human Torch to be argued against Aquaman? You know what I mean? This is what comic book people do, and I'm meaning this not in a I hate this guy, I love this guy way or whatever. This is just, hey, we got these two factions. Let's talk about
Isom too before.
What's that?
I'm going to read Isom too, so that I know more about him because I have to know more about him. I read the other two books.
Got to do your research. I'll reread my copy.
and I have
Are you
Cyberfrog.
good with making thumbnails?
Oh, I don't do that. I can't. I only do traditional work. I don't do it.
Just get two
Shadow Punk
pictures.
could do it.
Just get
Yeah.
2 pictures and put the thing, like in Photoshop, just put them together.
Well,
You
I
know,
don't even know how to turn on Photoshop. So I just been going on Google and Googling the 2 characters and then hoping that there's a picture of both of them
Wow.
in the same image. So I'm
Wow.
stealing other people's stuff. Yeah. So I just Googled Cyberfrog versus ISOM, and I do not see any images of them both. Could
see if I
anybody,
can,
It has AI to do it.
I'll see if I can find one.
yeah,
I'll
could
look.
anybody send me a thumbnail of, Cyberfrog versus ISOM that I could use for a promo?
You could AI it maybe.
Never
See
read
what happens.
ROM. That's a good one. ROM.
RAM is cool.
We're not entertaining any who's going to win yet. We got a whole week to prepare. The problem with the Empire, with the rebellion, was finding a moving target that the Federation has planets they need to defend. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if the Death Star makes it to Earth and blows up the Earth, or Vulcan, or any of the other, major homeworlds? That would just unite the whole. That would cause even the Romulans. Did they just blow up a planet? But then again, realistically, the power to blow up a planet is I know what you can say, insignificant to the power of the Force, but the all you need to do is just put a hyperflight missile, because in real physics it meets infinite mass, hits a planet, boom. You know what I mean? It's got to be easy to destroy a planet, and you know what I mean. You get if a Romulan ship, it's cloaked and it's going faster than light right towards the Earth. That's the end of the Earth. So the Death isn't really that impressive. The fact that they're just figuring out how to blow up a planet, geez, once any technology gets faster than light speed, you have the ability to blow up a planet.
That's a good point.
Can the Patriarch defeat Cyberfrog? In all honesty, I think the Patriarch is weaker than I want people to think.
Well, you keep saying the Patriarch is super weak, but I think he's a lot smarter than Cyberfrog.
Oh, he's not super weak. All right.
It's just but Cyberfrog, if he doesn't have Cal Zinn, his mom adapting him all the time, he might have a tough time.
The Patriarch has different set of powers than most people would think. He's not invulnerable. He's not super strong, but he acts like he is. He's kind of putting on an act. Could he fight Cyberfrog? In my comic, he's been experienced for 20 years. Could he beat Cyberfrog? It would be a real tough battle. That would be a real tough battle because Cyberfrog has a few of the abilities that would definitely get past Patriarch's defenses.
But Cyberfrog isn't that bright.
ISOM, I don't know what ISOM's powers are, so I don't know.
The Patriarch's way smarter than Cyberfrog. Cyberfrog's really not that smart.
Yeah, but Cyberfrog doesn't have to be smart. He's got that link with the ship. Yeah.
But he doesn't have that link. I've read these 2 comics, and you remember Cyberfrog from the 90s. Most of these comics, he hasn't had the link. They make a big deal about this link, and he never has the link. And then he got his butt kicked in issue 2. I mean, basically, he's dead.
AI is bad at multiple targets. Most models don't know about. Oh, okay. Super weakness is a different power. I can't really talk about the Patriarch as much as I would like to until people get the comic. You know what I mean? But
sure,
someday we'll get it soon enough.
Yeah, we'll get it. Just talking to Daniel, he's back on coloring. His dad's okay.
Oh, good. His dad's okay.
Yeah. Well, he's recovering. He's
okay,
out of critical danger. So that's next week. If anybody could make a thumbnail of ISOM versus Cyberfrog, that I could use as a promo, because I don't know how to use Photoshop in the slightest.
I'll see if I can find one.
Thank you. So there you go. We've been talking for almost 3 hours. You can already hear it in my voice. Really? I was afraid that I had a COVID coming home from the hospital, but my wife was like, that neck brace on and you were in an uncomfortable bed. You were snoring, because if I snore really bad, I wake up with a sore throat. She goes, you must have been driving everybody crazy. I must have slept I was in the hospital for 28 hours. I probably slept like 19 of those hours because what else you do, you know? Good
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know, and people coughing. I guess I'll leave with this heartbreaking story. So I go into the X-ray, and I'm getting the X-ray, and in the next room, it sounds like people are fighting. The guy's like, "Don't you touch me! Leave me alone!" Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "What the hell?" So there's a young woman doing the X-ray on me, and I said, "What's going on in the next room? Like, should I be concerned? Because I can't move. Like, do I need to start getting in a defensive posture?" And she goes, sometimes when people have dementia, they don't understand what's going on. And I'm like, oh my, because I couldn't turn my head, you know. So as they're wheeling me up, it was just like a 94-year-old guy. He was all beat up. He fell down, and he was getting X-rays to see if he has any fractures. But the guy doesn't know. All he knows is people are taking him and putting him down on a table and strapping him to a table. I was like, oh my God. I was like crying back. That's my weakness. The old people with dementia, you know.
You want to hear a good parting joke?
Yeah, sure. Anything.
All right.
Everybody after that
All
story.
right. Yeah, this is a funny one. So, one day, George Bush Jr. is walking around D.C. and over in the distance, he sees this guy with robes on, long beard, the whole thing, staff and everything, and he realizes it's Moses. I know for sure that's Moses. He goes, "Hey, Moses, hey!" And then he looks at him, and Moses, who's tall, he takes off running fast, and there's no way that George Bush can catch him. You know, he's gone. So the next day, George Bush is on a walk again, and he sees him, right? And he this time he's gonna catch him. So he runs up, he runs up and gets there, and he goes, "Moses, Moses, hey, it's me, it's George. You know, I'm a big believer. Why are you running away from me? You know?" And he says, "You know, the last time I talked to a bush, 40 years in the desert." But
That's pretty funny.
I don't want to answer this on grounds that it's politics. It's funny. My wife just sends me a message of Cyberfrog versus ISOM. So I guess she's upstairs listening to me.
Did she find one?
Thank
She
you,
made it with that mush.
Mrs. Longbox.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Mrs. Longbox.
Yeah.
So it's yeah.
What you want to do is put a little VS in the middle if you could.
Yeah. Al, could you put a little VS in the middle? I don't know how to do that.
If you can't send it to me, and I'll put it in there.
Okay. So there you go. Next Sunday, I'd like to go back to 8:00. There she is. You're thanked. Thank you. Could you put a little verse in the middle so people understand? But I got to do my research. I got to reread ISOM, and I pretty much know what Cyberfrog did because I really like the '90s Cyberfrog comic. So
I will not reread ISOM because I can't.
Well, I'll read ISOM 2. I read ISOM 1. So I read, and I've been through recently because I was drawing Cyberfrog and the other characters. So I've been through those books again, looking at the characters.
Oh, you're both artists. Is Cyberfrog difficult to draw? I imagine he would.
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine he would be difficult.
He's impossible.
I will tell you this. He would be hard to draw because there's so much. He's not hard to 3D model.
That's interesting.
Because I've done it.
I was supposed to do sketch cards for EVS, like only for like $10. Like he had a call, but it's one of the EVS things where he called out for artists. I said, well, I'll do this. I like to do something. My mental health is better when I do something. And I'll do this. I'll do 5. I work all the time. I don't want to do too many. And I haven't started since. So I started working on them. And I can imagine doing them panel to panel, like consistently, would be really difficult. Drawing once is hard enough.
I mean, obviously, to him, he's done it so many times that
it's unbelievable how he does it. They say he's a slow artist. If his character was simpler, it wouldn't be as slow. I mean, it's so hard. There's so many little lines on it.
Is Spider-Man hard?
It's easy there, though.
With all those webs and everything?
No, once you know how to do the webs, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it can't be that hard.
You got to do it. John Romita explained. You got to copy how he drew the webs because Ditko wasn't consistent because he was just figuring it out. And back then, nobody cared.
Yeah.
It's like
What
what's
about,
Donnie Lip's Captain America's shield, and it's like all shaky when he throws it because they didn't care. They were just doing the comics way back when.
what about okay.
Iron Man's hard unless it's the other armor.
Oh wow,
Uh,
man, she's good.
yeah, she's been real good to me since she yelled at me originally when I called her and said I crashed the car, screaming
Yeah,
and
my
yelling.
wife.
I was just like, "You're yelling at me right now." I said, "Yell at me later." And ever since, she's been real good. You know,
I thought Canadians don't yell.
they do when they're scared that their husbands almost broke their neck. You know, wrecked the car. You know, for no good reason other than they passed out while driving.
My wife says I'm a money pit, so don't feel bad.
Yeah, I'm a money pit. If it wasn't for my wife, I'd probably be living in the street with a cup. You know, selling pencils.
That's for me too.
Yeah, but 2 hours 40 minutes. So I think that's enough. I'm calling the Federation wins unless anybody has a last minute argument for the Galactic Empire.
Nope.
But
that's good for me. You
You
guys
know,
have good reasons.
I that's what I think. She's got her car. So her car is going to become my car, and I'm buying a new car, giving it to her. That's because, you know, her car's old. I'll use it for a station car. That's all it is. What was I going to say? Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow I'm going to be on. I don't have anything scheduled on my channel, but I'm going to be on with Ben Soto on his channel at 11:15. He just told me, and then
At night or in the morning?
in the morning a.m. and then and I have nothing planned. So tomorrow night, I'm actually going to be drawing characters for Oscar, for him to start sketching up for our comic. And then Sunday, I'm doing Sunday Comics. I'm going to do, I forget the number, but it's the X-Men annual where they fight Archon, which was like the Conan. It's annual 3. Glorious artwork by George Perez, inked by Terry Austin.
Oh wow.
That's a great comic. Frank Miller cover.
Yeah, Frank Miller cover. That's right. All around good stuff. This is back when annuals were something that you were excited for. You know, if you missed annual, your friends were like, ah.
They had a John Romita Jr. one. X-Men. They had a George Perez. They had another Brent Anderson. The one Storm was a vampire. They had some good annuals.
You know, if we could ignore the fact that like the ill-supplied, ill-equipped rebellion beat the Empire, but
That's a good point.
They're top heavy. You know, they took out the Emperor and everything else because, you know,
that was a lucky shot. That was only part of the Empire. It wasn't the full Empire. It was the Death.
See, that's one thing I always want. Like, doesn't mean the whole Empire fell. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
Yeah,
that's
just
why they made the second movie.
like you killed Roman empires. You killed the Roman Emperor. The Empire still existed, and you know,
they just got rid of the main danger of that movie.
Right. Like I always thought like the sequel movies really missed a good opportunity to show like, okay, so the Emperor died, the Death Star blew up, you know, you know, were all the Grand Moffs on that ship was you know what I mean? Couldn't they have been scattered about so that there still was threats? And then the way I would have written it, if me, so I would compare it to Alexander the Great. When Alexander the Great died, Ptolemy and Octalus and all of his generals, they fought, and they fought the Archimedes.
Well, they had the second movie, so the Empire wasn't dead, and Darth Vader did get away. So,
well, you know what I mean. Like, so they just made the First Order, which was the Empire.
Yeah,
you know, and then so or I think it would have been so much better if Princess Leia now starts a Galactic Republic, like the rise of the Galactic Republic, and just like Athens with the Archean League. Everybody's just like, well, why are we paying taxes to these people? I don't need them anymore. There's no more threat. So now Princess Leia is like, do I militarize the Republic and force everybody to pay their taxes? Then I'm, you know, but if I don't do that, there's fight. So now it's just, it's kind of weak and they're struggling. So that should have been the problem. And maybe like the First Order is like I don't know. I just thought it was just like.
But you're missing something though.
What?
The thing is, there's already an extended universe where they have all these ideas, cool ideas worked out, and Disney knows that.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so they deliberately want to just watch you get angry at
Right.
their destruction of Star Wars.
I do admit I never read anything Star Wars. I never watched any of the cartoons. You know, like to me, I literally only watched the first 3 movies. I did watch the Christmas special when it aired. I remembered watching it, and I watched the sequel movies or the prequel movies. That's it. I didn't watch any Clone Wars. I didn't watch any Rebellion. I didn't play any of the games, so I don't know anything about the extended universe.
I read Splinter in the Mind's Eye.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the cheap
That's a great
sequel.
book. Yeah, that was the sequels right after the first movie. My mom wrote it in a bookstore, so I got all these books.
I can't help but compare it to history. You know, when the emperor is dead, the generals fight, and which general, you know, and I just think it would have been so much powerful. They destroy it. Princess Leia, you know, becomes whatever the figurehead of this new Galactic Republic, and now we don't want to pay taxes to you. The enemy's gone. You know, like
So to let you know, then, because this is your concept in the Ahsoka series, there is one of the generals called Thrawn. He's the one that is on the other side of the universe, and that they're trying to build the Galactic Empire back up. So they want to go there. These witches want to go there to get him and bring him back. And so that's what they're going to come back, and
I know Thrawn is like a fan favorite from the novels, but I never read the novels.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, I guess.
But I don't know. They took the worst route, if you ask me. So Star Wars is done. Star Wars is done, guys.
Well,
You can keep watching all you want. You're just giving yourself high blood pressure.
You can always watch the first 3 movies.
Yeah. Like, earlier we were talking about sometimes the sequels, like you could tell. Let's just. I love John Wick. The first John Wick movie is perfect. You know, it's got no plot. You killed my dog, I'm killing you. It was excellent. Now by the 4th movie, you're like, and then the High Council says on to thee this and this. And it's like, dude, what does this have to do with a dead dog? Like, I think the premise is just getting, you know, like spread like too much butter over too little butter over too much bread. You know, John Wick is best when it's simple, and I think every movie is just getting a little bit worse to the point like, don't make a 5, guys. Don't make a 5.
You know, there is a pattern with movies where the first movie is gritty and cool and dead on cool, and then it becomes family friendly as it slowly, like all the next movies come out. And the good example of this was like Indiana Jones.
Right? Yeah. How many people does Indiana Jones murder in that first movie?
I mean, yeah, and
I love that movie.
Yeah,
it's got just
Raiders of the
enough.
Lost Ark, I love that movie.
It has just enough adventure, just enough dark stuff, and then in the second movie, it's Keystone Cops. They're running through the legs.
Well, I don't like Crystal Skull.
Right? I mean, it's like
I don't like Crystal Skull, but I like the other Indiana Jones movies. But they don't beat out Raiders of the Lost Ark.
No.
Right.
And I saw it in a drive-in. The first time I saw it with drive-in on Cape Cod, a drive-in. They still have it, the Wellfleet drive-in. And when they opened the Ark, lightning came down. There was a thunderstorm. So as a movie thing, like, you know, it's coming up, and then there's lightning outside.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'll never forget that.
Wow, that's cool.
What a movie. I got an award. Indiana Jones had all through college going to art
Pirates
school.
of the Caribbean is that exact kind of thing.
Perfect example of what we're talking about. The first movie, I'll still say was a great movie. You know, but by the last movie, I was like, God.
Well, you know, they do at least 1, 2 make Crystal Skull, but the other 2 I liked. I liked the one with Little Round. I like those other 2.
But if you watch them,
the last 2 probably were not.
It depends on
passable, but the last one is just a money grab.
Well, my point is it's a formula, and they progressively become more and more family friendly.
Nobody had worse sequels than Jaws.
No, well,
Jaws
but
is a perfect movie. I could always watch Jaws. Jaws is a great movie.
Jaws 3 and 3D is the worst shit I've ever seen.
Jaws in 3D, Jaws 4, those are all awful movies.
Awful, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well,
that's the way of Hollywood now. Everything's sequels and adaptations.
Yeah, Hollywood. You just made me want to talk about something else.
Sorry.
Your boy Zach is on a weird weird thing. What, like, he talks about how these baby brain people, they don't understand the argument. Zach is. I love your boy Zach. Like I said, I was one of his insiders. I email him. He's responded to me. We talked a few times. I've asked him to come on the channel. He's been very polite. I'm a big fan. I'm still loyal to him. But dude, you got to understand when people say let things get destroyed and another thing will rise out of its place. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, Pan Am fell apart, but that wasn't the end of the other. Now we have JetBlue. Now we have Spirit. You know what I mean? What we're talking about is let traditional Hollywood die. And now that we have the internet, we have all of these things, we have other studios. Look at Bollywood. Nigeria's making movies. Vancouver's making movies. The North Carolina. The traditional Hollywood structure movie making is going to die. And what does that mean? Other companies are going to die. Like
they'll fill the void.
Right. Mark and Zach is willfully not understanding the point. Like, stop being the example. Like, we don't mean it's going to get nuked and there's going to be a crater and nothing will right. Well, just people are going to make movies. Now, like, look at they made a Blair Witch Project for $30,000 on a bullshit.
The Godzilla -1.
Right, Godzilla. There will be alternate movie sources. Marvel's going under. Look at Zach. You're living proof. People, you're a millionaire, Zach, making comics that are not Marvel and DC. You are the new comics. I get so mad when he says that.
I agree with you. He hates the YouTubers that bash Star Wars. Star Wars is dead. Star Wars is dead. He hates them so much that he's not seeing the forest through the trees. He's, like just what you said. He's just concentrating on them, and now he's protecting Hollywood and liking some of these wacky movies. Like his taste in movies a little strange.
Yeah, he always had the worst taste
in comics. A little strange too. And but he finally got. I listened to one of them today, and he finally got all his books out. I mean, of all the CGs, and he's still CG. His books are as late as anybody's, and nobody knows why they're late because he's Zach.
Oh, I know why they're late. He said it one day. He said, and I figured it out. He doesn't write the script and say, "This is it. Do it, guys." He writes it, they do it, and then he gets it back and goes, "Yeah, you know what?" And it takes that. I think he does that all the time.
He doesn't let it go.
He doesn't let it go. Like he's a perfectionist in some way. So. The thing is, I don't really mind if books are mega late like that. Just say it. Just say we're, not just because for a while there he was like saying, it's this, it's that, it's everybody's kind of late. I'm not the only. Just say we're late.
I've never read any of his books. I came in after all the his most popular things, and then I just never backed him. So I'm not have any passes.
I want him to do Jawbreakers. I don't care about Runner. I don't care about
what everybody wants him to do.
Do Jawbreakers. He's all about making money. Give us what we want. Give us. I changed my plans. People are like, dude, you gotta stick with the Patriarch. I think it's a good concept. I think it's an important character.
Yeah,
people are telling me they never even read the comic yet. So
the Patriarch's the big entryway to your world because you want to build the world.
Yeah, next, next show I'm going to tell a story about lesbians buying bicycles. Nobody wants that.
He makes fun of all these retarded people that are there, and then he does a comic when the lady's head is shaven and stuff. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything bad because that's Renzo's artwork, but I got to say, I said it to Mike Bear without realizing what I was saying. I'm like, I'm done with Splato comics except for Jawbreakers. And then Matt goes, I hope you get Rock and Roll Ninja. I was like, oh yeah, I backed. But and that was by far my favorite Splato comic.
That sounded so good. I wish I backed. That's the one I wish I backed now.
That was so good.
We'll see. I mean, I wish
I'll get Jawbreakers, I'll get Iron Sights, and I'll get Rock and Roll Ninja. I love Narwhal, but I don't like the Narzak books. 401.
I'm not crazy for the Narzak books. I understand that Narwhal is a great storyteller, but I can't get a hook with his artwork yet.
But I like Narwhal's books when they're Narwhal. You know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to get Shadow Punk and then be like, I wish Shadowpunk was more like Narwhal. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. It doesn't
I
make
want
any sense.
Narwhal to be Narwhal. I want your boy Zach to be freaking military guys stabbing each other with bayonets and big.
Well, that's what he knows too.
You know?
I don't
But
know.
there's another thing going on here though, and you see it like
Ooh, my
certain artists will do like these guys like Zach, they want to have a roster of books they make, right? And so someone like me, I really don't want to do that. I want to do my one thing, right? And I want to become good, better, and better at doing it. And so the thing is, you don't know what people like, why people like your thing. For example, let's just say I made $1 million on my issue number 2 Shadowpunk, right? And then I'll go, I'm going to make a book. It's going to be a sci-fi thing, and it's going to be in space. And then no one buys it, and you don't realize that people don't want that from me. They want the Shadowpunk thing.
It's
right.
Like the frustration of the creator that has a ton of ideas. Like John has a ton of ideas.
I got a ton of ideas, but I don't have a lot of money to make them. So I got to focus on what's going to get me the money so that maybe, hopefully, I could do the other stuff.
But say a guy like Graham or Aaron, or although they're doing one book, they'd like to do other books, but they're drawing most of the books.
Right. They're a one-man team. They are limited by.
And then he's not drawing Joe Frankenstein 3. We'll see how that comes out.
See,
that's the difference because you guys are like, not you guys, but John, you're a writer. So hypothetically, you in your universe, you could write the Patriarch. You could write 3 other books.
Right.
Right. And so I have to spend an entire year, a year and a half doing only one thing. And which one's better? I'm not saying one is better than the other because they have pros and cons.
I don't expect John Malin or EVS to do 16 different characters, and you know what I mean. Like I want Cyberfarm from EVS. I like
EVS wants to do 16 different characters.
Right, he wants to, but he
really doesn't. But
the only thing stopping me, like Marcus just said, is money.
No, it's money.
I made $5,000 on for my comic. That still hasn't covered the cost of the comic.
That's how it is.
You know what I mean?
For the guy who does everything, but it takes way longer. But for the guy who just writes, it's really difficult. So you're paying everybody to do everything.
Yeah, the only person
next time you learn your lessons on some things, but you're always paying somebody, and it's very difficult. I feel for you. Honestly.
The only person making any money off of my comics is Renzo and Oscar and Ron.
That's how it should be.
You know what I mean?
You pay everybody. But still, you still got to pay.
While we were talking, I paid the guy who did my cards.
Right. I mean, you pay fast too, and like in an EVS is the only one he wants, but he gets other artists to do the other work, like Lynx or David Williams. And he's also not writing them; he's plotting them. He's not doing a full script until he gets it back. They do the Marvel method.
Oh, okay.
So he's trusting these guys. Like it's fine to trust a David Williams or something.
Yeah, totally.
So,
he's trusted super talented guys.
Exactly.
Right. Yes.
So he gets away with it. But what does it do?
He's getting away
with finishing his books. The books are late because he takes on too much. He's too scattered. Like he likes to have 5 campaigns at once. He's doing toy campaigns for Rainbow the Brute, but he's got to do the pages. Now we think he's doing the pages, and we see the pages come out. But how much of all this other business is slowing him down? Don't forget the YouTube. That doesn't matter. That's at night.
But the other thing too,
I don't care about that.
You have to look at it this way too. That it's like at our age, in his age, we're all in our 40s and 50s, right? So like this is a time where you got to make the most money that you can while you're in this business because you're gonna get older and tired.
Well, so it works for him. I didn't back Rainbow the Brute. There's no rush. It's going to be open forever, so we'll see what happens. I might do it at the last second. I often do that.
I backed it 3 years ago.
Oh, really?
He just shouldn't have started something he had to draw when he was doing Cyberpunk 2. And he expanded Cyberpunk 2, and one has to come before the other, and now they're both late. See, Cyberpunk 3, if you look at it, he didn't promise it until next Christmas. So it's not late if you look at the dates.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to put it out far enough. Andy was saying that sometimes, like Graham or Aaron, shorten themselves and then they look late. And he puts his dates way out and hopes
Right.
to be done fast. And he does a traditional way of crowdfunding. He's not finishing the whole book first
Right.
because he's paying himself. He's it's his business.
Yeah, that's the thing, John. Later on, it'll be like, let's say hypothetically, let's just say you break even on this book or less, but then as it snowballs in the years to come, you'll still pay those guys their fees, and they'll do well, very well. Thank you, but you'll be then making profits, right?
Yeah.
And yet, everything's like that. Everything's.
I'm hoping by this comic comes out, people like it, and then when I do a campaign for number 2, people like, do you still have copies of number 1? I'm hoping that, or maybe I'll do a second chance campaign or something like that.
Well, but when you come out with number 2, you're gonna want to do a catch-up tier.
Right, exactly.
You're always going to do better on Fund My Comic too. That's going to be.
Yeah, I think the Kickstarter was a tactical error, and I'm starting to work. I've
seen the other CG guys do Kickstarter, and that when they're already a step before Fund My Comic started. So, like Andy put Cordrath, what was it, Cordrath on for some sort of special Kickstarter to make extra. It made nothing. It made like like $3,000, and then Graham did that hardcover with the Manly Tales. He threw that on Kickstarter to try to get a stretch goal and didn't do anything.
Yeah,
because they're not established over there. Meanwhile, Jesse will do great with his book because that's the perfect Kickstarter.
It turns Marcus off when I'm trying to talk. I'm gonna stay with Fund My Comic. I'm not gonna do Kickstarter and Indiegogo the next, and I'm also. I can't afford to get big legendary artists to do variant covers, so I'm streamlining the cost for going forward, So I got Jose Garcia, who's doing a variant cover for the Patriarch story, and Josh Howard's doing a variant cover for the Mary Sue because he draws such a cute girl. So I'm gonna have Lorenzo 2 covers, because it's a flip book, and I'm gonna have another book that's gonna have Josh Howard and Jose Garcia, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's great. Those 2 guys are
going to charge more for the variant cover just because
those 2 guys are established, like indie comic guys. Though they're really, people buy their books. They're popular.
Yeah, and they're not as expensive as Michael T. Gilbert and Pat Broderick.
Yeah, I bet.
And Gustovich.
I bet. I can't imagine.
I'm so mad that the Michael T. Gilbert cover is not selling. But I know it was a hard ask because it's so different. Everybody wants 90s style comics, and I'm selling 80s style comics.
Oh,
I don't want 90s style comics.
I know. Yeah.
Well, the thing is too, though, John, is that you have the Michael T. Gilbert. All your backers did the first campaign.
Right, I know.
If you had that cover now in the first campaign, it might have broken even. And the second campaign is like almost like you're picking up residual people. You're not picking up the main core of your audience.
A couple people like, dude, if you did 5,000 on For My Comic, you're going to do 10,000 on Kickstarter. So
not always true.
Really, okay. So there you go.
Sometimes I've heard it's actually. It's like just what you went through, and sometimes it's the opposite, where something catches on in Kickstarter. Where something about your character fascinates people there, it touches an audience, and there's no way you can quantify whether it will or will not do that.
So I'm gonna I'm obviously gonna print some of the Michael T. Gilbert covers, because it looks like the Kickstarter. Oh, well, I still got 46 days. What am I talking about? And I got one Hail Mary that I'll talk about it at another time, but I will print it and try it on eBay, and people, once they see the comic, oh, maybe I'll get this. I don't know what I do, but I got to get that because I love that cover so much. I got to get one in my hand, even if I print one for me.
It's funny. I think that Scourge did better than any Steve Rude Nexus thing.
Really,
yeah. Steve Rude is he's a very difficult person.
But he's phenomenal.
Well, he also does really weird campaigns that are big, giant, expensive books that are just not regular comics. so he gets less people. But he's only on Kickstarter, and he still has to do the promotion. Just because you're Steve Rude doesn't mean people are going to find out about it.
Right. Nobody owes you any promotion.
Well, that's a good point. Somebody like Ethan is really good at promoting his books. He has a gift of gab, right?
Yep.
And most artists,
Charming and charismatic.
as Marcus knows, most of us have spent our whole life doing this for fucking 10 hours a day. You don't have those skills. And so you end up not being able to sell. And that's one of the weird conundrums of this business, So someone like Steve Rude, who is phenomenal, he's not, maybe George Perez. I bet you George Perez, if you didn't know, he would probably stumble his way through this process, right?
Oh yeah.
Someone like John Byrne would put his foot in his mouth, right? Like
Probably hurt.
I think Byrne could do it. Byrne was so good at the Comic Cons
really.
when I was a kid. It was like Robin Williams.
Yeah, he was
Really?
funny.
Yeah.
I had Steve Rude on my channel, believe it or
I
not.
remember that.
Really?
And he was really difficult to talk to. And he even flat out said, because I hate doing this. He goes, no offense to you, but he goes, I don't want to talk to people. He goes, I want to draw my comics and have the publishers do all that promotion.
Yep.
And I don't think I'm telling tales out of school, but Brian Bauer, Wolf and Batsy, he's like, I don't want to be a YouTuber.
Sure.
He's an animator who does animation for cartoons, and he does Wolf and Batsy when the kids go to sleep. And because I don't want to get on YouTube and have a third job selling the comics, but you have to. Nobody owes you. So a lot of guys don't want to do. RJ, he just wants to talk his philosophy and comics over at the Fourth Age. You know what I mean? He doesn't even want to show his face. He doesn't, but you got to do me. I like talking to people about comics.
If you do enough promotion, you could sell it. I mean, you don't have to be. It depends who you are, but
it's
most
funny.
of us have to do
I
it.
said to Steve Rude, I was like, I love talking to people about comics. And he goes, oh, really? You watch it. He goes, me and you will talk after the video. So I'm like, oh, wow. Is Steve Rude going to hire me? I'm going to be working for Steve Rude. And then you see the video. Boop, it's off instantly before I even said goodbye. I was like, well, where's Steve? I guess he forgot.
Well, I think he's got mental health issues. So
Does he?
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a whole documentary about it.
The
I haven't
Rude
seen it yet, but there's a whole documentary about it. He's pretty manic depressive.
Oh, I see.
If you watch him, and I watch his YouTube when he does it, he feels a little autistic to me.
Yeah,
Oh, sure. Sometimes great artists, they're great at this thing, but the other attributes become like
Really
this.
true.
It is because Marcus and I are somewhat normal, but I imagine there's probably, especially when I was younger, things you were just maladjusted because you spend all your time alone doing your artwork.
I think everybody should have some sort of job or young that deals with the public. Like I was in retail for a long time. John had a pizza place. Like he'd have dealt with people and when to argue with people, when not to argue with people. And the people who don't get that, sometimes it's going to college that does it for people. Not so much lately, but years ago. You learn how to deal with the outside world, not just your neighborhood or your little school. And you're right. A lot of these artists don't do it. I went to college with them and they just acted like it was still high school. Nobody really learned how to be with people.
First off, reading comic books is a solo hobby.
Solitary thing. Yeah.
Hey, Shadowpunk, Marcus, let's all read comics together. You don't do that. You read your comics at home and then you talk about them at the comic book store, which is filled with other people like you. Now, imagine that's your career. So now you're sitting at home and you're drawing and you're drawing and you're drawing. It really is an introvert's hobby and an introvert's career. And how for everybody that made comic books, your grandmother, your grandfather, your uncle could only name Stan Lee. And the second most famous guy in comic books, Jack Kirby, and 99% of the people don't know who he is. You know what I mean? That's a gift. Ethan is like the closest to Stan Lee, really, because he could talk to people. He enjoys talking.
Learn how to do that too.
It's a really good skill that he has that is working out. Now, Ethan July, he could do it too. I mean, give credit where credit is due.
Oh,
The guy
absolutely.
on YouTube, he's got millions of followers, and then he did a comic book, and they say that you only get 10% of your audience to buy your stuff. And I have 146 backers on my comic. I have 1,400 subscribers. These numbers don't lie, So 10% of Eric July is millions. So
That's right.
you know what I mean? And
I would not be surprised if years ago Ethan was like a normal person, and then he gets, you know what? I have no choice. I have to literally force myself to learn how to do it.
I believe that's true.
I think he even said that. I can't. Maybe my memory's tricked me.
I first moved to North Carolina. I took the kids to Heroes Con. I was meeting people at Heroes Con, like not YouTubers, but other people in a forum I was involved with, and we were walking around, and there was Andy Smith. You should join. There was John Burns forum. You should join John Burns forum. They were trying to make it a big deal, and Ethan was right next to him, and he just looked. He was drawing something, and he just looked up. He didn't say a word.
Normal.
No, just like every other artist, if you're not directly talking to him, he didn't join in. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'd love to see you. I'd love to join. Oh, look, he didn't say 2 words. Now, Andy was always outgoing like he is now.
And like Jim Steranko. Somebody turns on a microphone somewhere. Jim Steranko's talking. You know what I mean? The guy's like 78, 80 years old, and he's still with this pompadour, like a game show host. But
he's my dad's age. He's 86.
That's cool.
How old is he?
I mean,
86.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like comic book, it's a solitaire habit. It's a solitaire career, and I talk, a lot of my guests, I'll talk to them after and before we're live, and everybody turns off their TV persona when and I'd say like 8 out of 10 of them, like, no offense, dude, but I hate doing this, but I got to.
Oh, really?
You could see a few guys who was their first time campaign, they panicked, and you could see me just selling their comic for them because
I've watched that. Yeah.
There's a few, I'm not going to mention names to embarrass them, but a couple of guys are like, afterwards, like, I'm sorry I didn't let you talk. They're like, no, I'm so glad you talked. I didn't know what to say. If my sister's still watching, she'll laugh. I call that the Cindy Brady syndrome. When the red light goes on, Cindy Brady.
Oh, right. I remember that episode.
It's also a thing where
my bad.
After their first book or two, they will get better at doing it, right? But if I had to say anything to people, and I see this a lot, is that a lot of these guys are low energy people, and they're not even artists; they're like the writer of the book,
right?
So that doesn't help your cause. Right, one way or the other, you've got to be active, and you have to let people know how awesome the book is you're doing. John doesn't have a problem with doing that because that's part of your nature. But other people are different. Everybody's has different gifts, right? We all have different things we can do, we can't do, and so yeah, the low energy thing is, I see it a lot, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I like I said, I met EVS. He was charming and pleasant in real life, and it's funny because he's like, finally I met somebody who doesn't have a problem with me. I was like, but he explained it. He goes,
for him a little bit.
He goes, I can't have you on the channel and you're just a wet blanket, just sitting there. He goes, a few guys. He wants you to be part of the show. I was watching Howard Stern show. You got to be gregarious, and and I understand that.
I was watching him the other day. Did a Comicsgate live, and BA was on, BA Turner, and BA was on with you not that long before. BA was talking and talking and talking. He got Ethan's channel. He didn't say anything, and Ethan goes, BA, you got to say something.
Yeah,
come on, join us.
Yeah, he just didn't say anything. I did most of the talking.
You know what?
I did do most of the talking.
Let me point something out.
Beyond, geez, what did I do wrong?
I also noticed with YouTubers that some people have this kind of a setup. I also have a microphone I haven't hooked up, but some of these other YouTubers, they have a different thing. And when they talk, like there's like a, I don't know what the right word is. Their mics are a little bit louder, a little bit crisper, and when they talk, they're not a moment behind. Like there's a tiny bit of like when we talk and interrupt each other, like they're like right on top. Their voice comes through the thing, and I've noticed that a lot of these. I don't know what it is because I have a soundboard, and I've hooked it through with the XLR cable, and so I've never noticed that fixed anything. So there's something else. And I don't, I'm like John. I'm trying to figure it out. There's a thing there, So
I don't know if you know who Nick X is. Nick X he's doing the artwork for Crom the
Yeah,
Destroyer.
Nick's a great guy.
And he's helping me. He did my my logos, and he's helping me organize this stuff. He's tremendous help for my campaign. But he's a very smart guy. And he was telling me like I need to get a better microphone. He says because this webcam that I have, when you guys are talking, it kind of like muffles me, and then when I talk, it has to pick me up and start talking. So there's always going to be a little. So so sometimes it gets. He explained it to me. Maybe I'm not explaining it that well, but yeah, I got to get a better mic, better camera. But
but I think it also comes into play more when you have 5 or 6 people.
Right.
Like
I was just about to say I'm more comfortable with like before we had Cooper, 4 people because first off it fits the screen well. I like the way it looks. A lot of times I'll go on Mike Blair's awesome show on Mondays, and you notice I'm talking, and another guy shows up, and another guy, and then I'm just like,
I've seen that, yeah.
Once it gets to 6 people, I'm like, I don't want to fight to talk to anybody.
And what's funny too is I've noticed that people have different aptitudes. So a good example of this is Cooper. Okay, when he's doing monologues,
he's really good.
He's very, very good. Okay. And so I can't do that. Okay. John, you can do it because you're starting to do it already. Okay. Marcus can't do it because Marcus is a normal.
Marcus can do. Let's be realistic.
He's normal like me. Okay. Like, I mean, you probably could do it, but you wouldn't do it as well. And so,
Right.
But if you put somebody like, so Cooper is better than me. Right. So if you way better than all the Genesis crew, and if you put him on a panel, all of a sudden he's waiting for his turn, just like because you know what I mean. He's not gonna be assertive and go in there and start arguing with people because he's not that kind of a guy. He's a knowledge guy.
Did you see from 8 to 9? I was on with Billy Tucci's channel.
I watched that.
Yeah, and did you notice I didn't say anything? I was just
you could have said stuff
because it was Billy Tucci. Billy Tucci, in my mind, is a legend. I was waiting for permission to talk.
That was tough for you because Tucci doesn't have a clock, so he knows that you're going to have to go out and start because you probably told him, I got to get out of here at 9, and he means to do your thing,
right?
But he starts getting into these stories, especially when Steve Peros is on. So
Yeah.
I've watched him with Peros before. I never backed the book, by the way.
Around 8:30, I realized I wasn't going to get it.
Yeah, you weren't. And then I kept putting your link in as much as I could because I knew this was happening.
Yeah.
And JC Vaughn always bails out early, so eventually he's going to go. He was really great on stream. Peros's book, I looked it up. I wasn't that impressed. I never backed it. He hasn't done that great with it. He's okay. He's Billy's middle school friend.
Yeah.
But when they get into that, that's the end of the show.
Right. I knew.
You just listen to the Rat Pack. Billy Sinatra and Peros is Dean Martin.
Yeah. So I was like, thanks for the invite. But I'm still glad we got 104 people. I don't even know what to talk about anymore, guys. I keep saying I'm ending, but I'm enjoying the conversation. And you know what? I got nothing to do for 2 months. So if you want to talk, here's the link. Pop in, join us, say something. Do you want to talk?
I think it was great you were on the show, man.
Oh yeah,
even though Billy, because so many people saw it, we get to drop your link.
Billy
likes you. He'll have you on again.
5 minutes away. He's 5 minutes away. My goal is to get him here for a barbecue. He goes, come to my house, go swimming in my pool. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna go to Billy Tucci's pool. It's like Frank Sinatra.
He's a nice guy. His wife is really nice
Trying to
too.
lure my cat to get on camera.
When you look at the number of people watching on Twitter, even though it says like 104 watching, what it really means is over the course of 3 hours, 104 people have tuned in.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the impression I've gotten after watching it because I
So
did
you-
it on mine.
Are you saying it's not
Also-
really 105 people? Oh, well.
That's
I
my
heard-
that's my
Let-
impression.
My fantasy.
I heard you're supposed to-
I deal in fantasies, Shadow Vaughn. Let me live them.
You have to have a blue
Shadow
check too
Vaughn. I
now.
just turned you into Shadow, you and Stippling Vaughn. Stippling, why don't you come in? You're good. Oscar,
Oh,
come in.
Tiffany's got all sorts of opinions. Let's talk about the new universe.
It's guys, I'm taking off. It's getting late for me.
Well, it's late for me. I don't care. I got to make coffee for the morning.
You guys have a good one.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah,
Oscar,
I'm gonna.
Oscar, you want to come in? You still here? Zach10, RJ, anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Because I'll wind it down. I got nothing to do for 2 months.
I'll see
I
you guys.
know.
Be itchy from this
All right.
goddamn collar.
Take it easy, Shadow Punk.
Take care.
So do your research. I expect you next Friday night for Cyber Frog versus
Probably
I.
forgot.
Okay, I'll do it.
I was like so relieved when Shadow Punk showed up because I
I know. I was getting set up. I said
Yeah.
I had to make some coffee. I wouldn't have make it this far.
I just
And I apologize for interrupting you. It's a New Yorker in
yeah,
there.
bust your chops.
You
Oh,
can bust my
Oscar's-
chops. I
Oscar's
get it.
Oscar, tomorrow night I got nothing planned, so I'm going to draw really crappy pictures, and you can laugh at me. I wish I saved the original sketch of the patriarch. Like that would be so cool to have put that like
Publish it,
compilation. This is the crap that I drew. This is the gold that Renzo drew.
The New Universe, yeah. I remember those New Universe books. They were all exciting. I got it.
Problem with the new universe is I always had the feeling that it was Jim Shooter. He was going to expand Marvel. There's nothing wrong with making a whole new thing. Try it. I don't think the concept was flawed, but the execution was flawed. Rather than people going, I have the burning desire to do this book. He went around and said, hey, has anybody got an idea? Okay. All right, that works. Go do it. Okay.
When I watched, I talked to him about the New Universe, but I watched an interview with him, that long form interview. They asked him about it. He claimed he got Simonson and all the top guys to create these books, and he was going to get all top artists and writers on it. That's how he got John Romita Jr. And then Marvel in there, they were having trouble financially, pulled his budget. So now instead of having the top guys to pay, he's got all the guys in the bullpen. So if I'm working in the bullpen, hey Marcus, you want to draw Spitfire for me? That's how it went up going.
Oh, that makes
So
sense.
that's one of the reasons why he had Peter David and Lee Weeks. The books probably in retrospect are probably better than we remember, but it wasn't, it didn't go as he thought it was going to.
Somebody told me, and you're my living encyclopedia. I picture like with the watcher and the recorder over here. Whichever one you want to be. You can
I
be.
didn't want to become this. It just ended up to be that way.
And it's funny because even Billy Tucci said, referred to you as.
Well, Tucci doesn't know that much about comic books.
Yeah. But
See, here's the oddest thing about Billy. He never read comic books. He read Sergeant Rob comics. When he said, I could do a comic, he was trying to get to comics. He didn't have the history of comics.
Yeah. But he
It's
made
the
it
oddest thing in the world.
hair. I look weird. You know what I look? I kind of look like Darth Vader when they took the helmet
You
off.
do. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
But
That's the thing. It's like he's not unlike Kelsey. His favorite artist is like Todd McFarlane, Billy. It's all 90s stuff. He doesn't draw that way because
sometimes when Kelsey said I didn't read that, I'm just like, but you're a pro.
he never read any of it.
You're a pro. I could forgive Heather Anto not knowing this stuff, but like Kelsey Shannon, you're a pro.
Nope.
Oh
Yeah, sometimes I'm sitting there watching Graybeards, and he's like, I don't know who that is, and my teeth are grinding because I can't. And
back to what you said about the new universe, which somebody had told me, and it made sense to me, was that he had a whole slate of popular guys, but then they found out that it was work for hire. It wasn't creator owned, and a bunch of guys backed out.
That's partial, probably.
So I was hoping you could. Oh, you don't know?
No, I have to go back.
Oh,
He said that he got the
I gotta
budget
get a
pulled.
bell. Thank you. I just got a notification. I was like, wow, thank you. Don't do it because you feel bad for me. Do it because you want to.
But I
But
didn't.
thank you, John. He did it.
I didn't hate the new universe, but it was a lot of books. You know, he did it again at Valiant. Shooter really liked the everyday hero outside the window. You know, he really liked that, and his storytelling told you that because he had a lot of rules. I had a friend of mine who was offered to work. Don Perlin called him up and said, "You're going to work for us," and he refused to do it because Shooter had too many rules of how to tell a story. How many panels do what? Like all this layering of panels that we see now, that would never go with him. He would never go for that.
Saw just put me over the 50% mark on Kickstarter. I just have to say thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel like a beggar, but
But you are. What are you going to do? They all do it. They're all begging.
I know.
Whether it's 5,000 or 500,000, they're all begging for that next.
I'm going to stick to my principles and go broke.
You know, Graham just went over 100K for
yeah,
and he didn't even draw it.
Graham, but
I backed it. I have to.
Graham has got a solid reputation. He delivers. He's quality. His stuff is good.
Imagine if he did a Batman type book, he'd make $500,000.
If he did a Batman type, that's pretty.
He'd make 500K.
Yeah, if he, you know, maybe I'll pitch him my Batman character. Maybe he'll draw my Batman character.
He doesn't want to.
I know.
He's really like.
Let me dream, Marcus. How many times do I tell you that I'm a dreamer? I want to dream.
He'll be nice about it.
Yeah.
He did a Yaira cover. It wasn't the best one. But.
So Graham puts out this invitation to go down to New Jersey to his cigar party, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And Vaughn Coleman's like, you got to go. It's a freaking business. You got to go. And I was like, Vaughn, freaking 16-year-old kid is just schooling this 65-year-old man. So I was like, you're absolutely right. So I put out a message, and Jesse Blaze Snyder, turns out he lived in the next town over. I'm not going to dock him. So we drove out there. I had a blast talking. Man, talk about a guy who could out-talk me. Jesse, you saying when there's, I do well with two people. We were in a car, and I was like, yep, sure, okay. Because that guy can talk, and he's got stories. It was exactly what I wanted. He kept me from falling asleep. It was awesome. So Jesse, and then when we get there, the funny thing is, we get to the party, and me and Jesse looking at each other. We both got really shy, and it was like a high school nerd movie. We both just leaned against the wall, and I'm like, yeah. And I said to him, I'm sorry. I think we made a mistake. And he was like, and I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, one guy came over and started talking to us. Lulu Bell, who was Cecil's girlfriend, started talking to us. And then Ethan comes walking in like the Pied Piper. If you could see me live, and that just I joke around. It's like why can't it's like Rip Taylor just came running in throwing confetti. And then the party opened up. It was so much fun.
I can't it wouldn't happen now because I know the guys are ready from hanging out with at cons. Like I basically sit next to Frag-Eyed at con. He's sitting there talking to me about philosophy and stuff. He wanted to give me sketch pages. Those are really awesome. You want it? I go, I don't want it. I'll buy it from you. I don't want to. No, I'm not going to take money for it. Take it for free. And I did it. I forgot it kind of on purpose because I don't want to take anything for free. So and then they make you so comfortable. And Andy Smith and Dennis Turner.
Oh, that's what I was getting to.
These guys.
So I'm like, I got to say thank you to Graham Nolan. He's the guy who threw the party,
you get
right?
To meet him? I want to meet Graham Nolan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm at the party and I'm like, oh yeah, it dawned on me. Graham Nolan's throwing this party. I'm enjoying myself. I also don't want to just walk up and introduce. So I walk over to him and he goes, hey, John, you recognize me. He was on my channel. Yeah, and I said, thank you. And he's all ripped. He's got his cigar. He's got his whiskey and his other. He's just the coolest guy. And he was, you could tell when people are being phony, And he was just looking me in the eye. We were talking. He was so good. Graham Nolan is the genuine thing. He's talented. He's a good guy. He knows his shit. He is. I like All respect
I
for
was
it.
at the con.
And then he goes, have you met Andy Smith? So now Graham Nolan's introducing me to Andy Smith. And Andy Smith's like, oh, John, I've been on his channel. And then they go over, good, did you meet Dan Fraga? So they're introducing me to everybody. I don't know if they were getting rid of me, but whatever. And then Dan Fraga, sitting in his chair, he gets up, his back was hurting. And he's like, hey, John. And he was so free. He's introducing me to his
so good. He goes,
is,
you gotta read this book. It'll open your mind. I know you like to be busy, but you could do stories. Your art's awesome. I'm like, I don't know. But he's so positive. He's the most positive
not
guy.
a horny bone in his body. He is
not
shit.
at all. Not
I
at
was
all.
so happy. Vaughn Coleman, you know, I haven't even said it. I should have. Thank you for telling me to go to this part. He's the one who told me to go to the free comic book day where I met Billy Tucci. He's the one who told me to go to this. It was awesome.
Billy's great.
Ethan was a sweetheart. Everybody was good. I met now I'm gonna get mad because they're on my channel. A couple of guys like, yeah, I watch your channel. I met he does 8-bit comics, pixel, big guy. I remember in my brain. I met that guy Brian Christo. That
we didn't say happy birthday. Yeah.
Me, you know what's funny? He and I were talking. Me and him were talking. He was like, hey, how you doing? We were literally talking, and then Ethan yelled that, and like he stopped in mid-sentence talking to me to yell that, and I just went, oh my God.
That was a big mistake.
That was a tactical error. You know what I mean?
The only reason why I know who Brian Crisco knows a Six-Gun Gorilla because he's been on Ethan's show. He's been on John's show. When he first, a couple of years ago, he was promoting on all the shows. I never thought two things bad about this guy. He had some mean thing to say because some of his friends, like I got to be good friends with PTP's a great guy. I don't care that he doesn't get along with Ethan. That's their business.
I didn't know any of the drama. I didn't know anything. All I knew was I was talking to a guy who's like, oh, hey, John, from John's Long Box.
That's all. But it doesn't matter.
I'm like, oh, you have Six-Gun Gorilla. I was like, oh, yeah, I've seen Six-Gun Gorilla around. We having a pleasant. And then it was just like this awkward moment. And I'm like, I don't like singing Happy Birthday either. So I wasn't going to sing. I still like singing. I don't care if it's for Marcus. I don't care. I'll sing for my wife because you got to sing for your wife. But you know what I mean? I don't like that. That kind of stuff embarrasses me. So I just kind of like went to get shy. And then he focused the entire party on me and him. And all I could think of is, am I going to get shrapnel from this grenade?
You didn't get trapped because you didn't say, I'm not gonna sing Happy Birthday to that effing so-and-so.
Right. You know what?
It doesn't pay to make enemies of those guys because they're going to sit there and say, what are you doing?
I don't know if he was right. I don't know if he was wrong, but it was it was the Kobayashi. He put himself in the Kobayashi Maru. There was no way because, you know, I don't know what history they have. I stay out of the drama.
They don't know what history they have.
Right. So I'm just saying it was. Now, okay, I see this. Everybody says it's a community ritual like saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I didn't sing. Just because
nobody knows if you don't sing if everybody else sings. That doesn't matter.
You know,
you just
negative. You think Graham Nolan started singing? I don't know. I wasn't looking at Graham, but you know, it was just I thought it was just I don't know. It was
all
weird.
I know is that there's no point to be. I don't want to say hi to this guy because I spent an hour talking to Shane. I sat in PTP was asking me to fill his seat while he goes to the bathroom on his thing. They were all doing that.
Right.
And they were not even making eye contact. And they were both great guys. One has nothing to do with the other. Rainy's over here, you know, with Hyper Wizard. She's sweet as pie. Everybody loves her. And it doesn't matter. And
you know, I don't care who fights with who. I'm an adult. I could be friends with both of you.
I thought that and then I'm sitting there after I talked to Jim Shooter, and I had talked to him the year before really quickly. This time I talked to him. He goes, oh, this Jim Shooter. Well, me and this other guy, Sean, started asking questions. Sean, did you meet Sean? Sean's this big, I don't know his last name. He's this big guy who was usually a 9-lines ball cap and a big red beard.
Yeah. He's
a great guy. I have his phone number.
Yeah, he made a small 8-bit comic that he was handing out.
He sent me pictures. Yeah.
Dan Fraga gave it to his kid, and his kid really liked it. So Dan Fraga asked him to autograph it for his kid. It was so cool.
And-
That guy, why can't I remember his name? But he, in my memory, he's this gigantic guy, but he's only 6'1". But in my memory,
and then I met Bart Sears. Hey, and they were talking. I was like, hey, I made a joke about Andy, and he just laughed. And like, he was the greatest guy ever. And if you see Bart, sometimes he comes off as a little grumpy on YouTube. I'm like, wow, this Bart Sears, he's so good. He didn't have to talk to me.
I never met Bart Sears.
Oh, it's unbelievable. He'll probably make one of those. He's not quite. He's kind of adjacent,
I don't know. I don't like the factional stuff. I don't like every once in a while I'll say this and people are like, I don't care, but I'm like, we should.
It's not great.
I say Gail Simone's laughing at us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And everyone's like,
about that.
but you know what? Like, I don't want Gail Simone laughing.
She doesn't get any work either.
We shouldn't be giving fuel for Gail Simone to be laughing at us.
She's not getting any work either.
Not any work. She's freaking writing the X-Men.
Yeah, she'll be out for that in 6 months.
Yeah.
She can't write her way out of a paper bag.
She used to be good. I liked her, The Secret Six. I thought that was a good comic.
The guy I'm most disappointed in, the writer that I am, two writers that I am most disappointed in, that I felt wrote really good comics, and they're just such Kurt Busiek and Mark Waid. Those guys had the history. They know their comics. They've written good comics, and they are just not nice people.
I got to say, Kurt Busiek is probably the biggest influence on Heroic Tales. I love Kurt Busiek. I love.
Yeah, I could see that.
City's one of the greatest comics that I read in the modern. And this guy blocked me on Twitter, and I never interacted with him.
Like, what the hell?
And Kurt Busiek was a member of my very first forum. I had 35 members, one of which was Kurt Busiek, and we were talking and trading stories and having a good old time talking about comic books. Fast forward 18 years, I'm blocked, and I never even interacted with them on Twitter.
Never. Yeah, and then Mark Waid just comes out and says something nasty about people he doesn't even know.
Mark Waid, Mark Waid.
He writes great comics. Well, at certain times he's written great comics, not always, but
oh my God, he is the only writer that I just don't want to buy any of his comics anymore.
No, I agree.
Like Kurt Busiek, he blocked me on Twitter, but he never really. Has he insulted the fans? But
he has. But he has bad behavior. Like all these at every place he stopped, like he gets himself into trouble. Like he's just those temper tantrums and stuff.
Really, I didn't know. I just had to laugh. Mark Busiek resists. Resist what?
I used to like Peter David, and then a lot, and all the comic buyers guy. I used to read all his stuff, and then like. George Bush got elected, and then all of a sudden, every Republican was the worst human being in history. Without being too political, was the worst human being in history. One is worse than the other, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to bother with you anymore. That's enough.
I met
you
Peter.
Don't like me. If you met me, you would not like me. So why would I want to read your comic books?
If I met Peter David, my friend Dan, he's like, Peter David's giving a speech at a local library. There was like 35 people in the audience.
Oh, I would have went. Yeah.
Cool. And he was great. He was on. So he was on. He was great. And everybody knows he doesn't autograph Hulk comics.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's just because he got unceremoniously fired. He's still bitter about it.
Because the end of his Hulk run was awful.
But you know what? That's not the fans' fault. The fans love that.
Why would he punish the fans?
Treasure that comic. You know what I mean? So
that's what I'm talking about. Stuff like that.
So let me finish. This little girl, she looked like little Cindy Lou Who. She comes up, and that dad put her up to it. This little girl didn't read that whole comic, but he walked up to her. It's like, will you sign this? Like literally minutes after he said he doesn't sign Hulk comics, and the little girl walks up, and you should see the rage in his face. And but everybody was watching him. He's going to yell at this little Cindy Lou Who. So he takes the comic and all I could think of was F you, Peter, because the fans love that comic. They don't care about Marvel. You know what I mean? They love your writing. Your stories mean something to them. Can you what happened between you and, I don't know, Tom DeFalco? It's not this guy's fault.
You read his Hulk run, right?
Yeah.
And then I read all of his Hulk run. And the end of it was horrible because he was going through a bad divorce with his wife because he cheated on her. And so he took it out on Betty Banner and he killed Betty Banner off.
Potatoes.
Oh, he's well, Oscar's right, but that's more online than in person.
I got to say, I met John Byrne at a comic convention.
Yeah.
I was a wee little kid, and I didn't understand why he was passing me up. He was autographing everybody's comic books, and I'm like 12 years old, like, you know. And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, everybody's got a $5 bill right here. So
well, they all charge now, John.
So, yeah, but this was, I was still in high school, so this is like 85. So I took out a $5 bill, which might have been $100 bill to me, you know, and I went like this. And Byrne took the comic and he autographed it, and then I put the $5 bill back in my pocket, and he looked at me and he just, you know, and I was like,
I remember
got one over on you, John Byrne. I'm a 12-year-old kid. I'm not paying for an autograph.
Getting signed, and they didn't charge. But like at Heroes Con, Jim Starlin was charging $20. Mike Grell was charging $20. Jimmy Palmiotti, first one's free, next one's $5. That's actually reasonable.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Andy doesn't charge. Billy doesn't charge. I don't think Garney charged.
But you know what?
Like, I'm insulted.
Blame these
I was
guys,
like, and then I started railing on that. I was like, who the hell does Jim Starlin think he is? Does he think he's Joe DiMaggio or Aaron Judge or somebody with charge? Come on, you're a comic artist and nobody knows who you are. Sign the freaking books. $20 to sign for a book.
Especially, you know, I don't know. Like, are they hurting that bad for money? But
they
also,
don't want the staff. You know what happened?
Like the Jim Lee
watched it happen in the 90s. Not so much in the 80s when I went as a kid. Guys with stacks of comics, and they didn't charge. And it's
right. That's wrong.
Brought a little bit
you
on
walk up with one comic, you know, whatever. It's a comic.
That's why I don't mind like the Palmiotti stuff. And they also think that as soon as they get signed, they're turning around on eBay and selling it. But when I sold my books, the guy who sold them was a comic guy. He said nobody cares if they're autographed or not. In fact, most of the time,
like autographed down. I don't really. If you autograph my comic, autograph it in here on that.
Right. They used to autograph it inside with a ballpoint pen. Now it's all on a Sharpie in the middle of the cover.
Like I'll kickstart a comic and the comic comes and it's got that white name across. I'm like, dude, sign on the inside. You know, you give yourself a space.
Signs her books on the inside.
There you go.
But
I was going to say, like, I don't
doesn't like the comic signed either. You're not the only one.
You know, okay, you come with one or two comics. If you come with three comics, like if let's just say that I become famous and I got people come with. Guy comes up to me with Heroic Tales. Oh wow, I'm glad you liked it. That's great. But a guy comes up to me with 25 Heroic Tales. I'm like, dude, I'm signing 2.
Yeah, no, and then Bert used to use, if it was a reprint comic, a reprint of his comics, he used to use a stamp.
Yeah,
and then they tried to deny it, but Andy saw that in person.
You know what I mean? Like if you're coming up and you got 25 Heroic Tales, can you autograph this? It's like, dude, you're selling these. You know what I mean? Like. There's a line of people. I'll autograph 2 because that's cool.
The saddest sign I saw was Jimmy and Amanda were at the table. And by the way, Jimmy's a great guy. He's better in person than he is on Twitter. Believe me, he's really passive aggressive on Twitter. But he's a great guy. He's a lot like Billy.
Who?
And they had a sign, print in these beautiful prints, $20, and the signature's free. So you're telling me you're going to buy somebody's print and they're going to charge you another $10 for the signature? Come on.
I want to address this. Smokey the Concat. It's not true. I have several David Autos and Hulk. Okay. I heard him say, when I saw him, he said that he doesn't sign Hulk comics. So I don't know if he lightened up or you got him before he got pissed. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they autographed during the run when he did not bad. Because he was on it for 12 years.
Smokey's my buddy. Come on, he should come on. He's got a billion con stories. He used to set up cons.
Oh, Smokey? Come on,
yeah,
Smokey.
Yeah, I know him. He used to live here in North Carolina.
Do I still have that
spent time at South Carolina cons and Heroes cons with him? He's a great guy.
Do I still have that signed Byrne comic? Yes, I do. And it's the I think it's 246 is the number. It's Galactus. When
I'm.
I think that's the
I
issue.
had the same one signed.
Ron. So which Ron?
Ron
Garden?
did charge. Okay.
Oh, here's
Ron
a funny.
Garden charge. I didn't
Ron
know
Mars was at that. Ron Mars was at that cigar party. I was this close to walking up and asking him to come. So I was like, "Oh, that's Ron Mars." And I looked at him, and he just like looked, and then I turned around. I said, "I'm gonna go talk to Ron Mars." He was already gone. I guess.
I don't know. I gotta find. What does Smokey think? I would like to know what Smokey thinks of all the charging. He's got plenty of autographs from the '90s that he's
I have
posted.
mixed feelings on charging for signatures. Again, some people could take advantage. People ruin everything. People ruin everything.
That's how I feel. I think it's a lot of money. I think
you go to the Comic Con with an arm full of comics. Come on, you take advantage of the guy's time. Just make a clear policy. I'll sign 1 or 2 books. I think it's better to have autographical items to sell. What do you mean, like swag, rather than comic, like prints and art? Yeah. Fair enough. Just in case people didn't see this, here you go. Stranky charged 50. Who's
Steranko? Yeah, Steranko.
Who?
Jim Steranko.
Oh, Jim Steranko. Yeah, well,
yeah, he charged a lot of money.
He's all ego. That guy is like ego personified. And it's I met Neil Adams twice. The first time it was at a retailer's convention, so it was all people who owned comic stores. My buddy Larry owned the comic store. Larry's not good with people, so I went with him, and I didn't, sit next to me. So it's Larry over here, I'm right over here, Neil Adams' daughter, and then Neil Adams, and I'm flirting with Neil Adams' daughter, not knowing who she is. And Neil Adams is a pretty big guy. He's like, "Hello, can I help you?"
Looks
and
like
Larry,
Fred
it's Neil Adams. I'm like, "Oh, all right, there goes that." So that wasn't the best circumstances to meet. And then the second time was at a comic convention. He was at a table, and then there was empty space, and then there was a ring of tables to keep the hoi polloi away from the emperor, and it just left a bad taste in my mouth.
Okay, I have one Neil Adams story. So we're at New York Con. When they used to have the cons after the union shut down the big con in like '95, they started having the cons in the church basement. Now finally they got to be in a regular hotel. I think now it's a New York City con. It wasn't that then. And Neil Adams, I was sitting across. Neil Adams was across from me, and Jim Starlin was over here, and Neil Adams over here. So I went over to say hello to Neil Adams. He said, "Not that much time, we want to sit at the table." And he told me about his expanding Earth theory for like 45 minutes and showing me the video. I'm like, this guy is nuts. How can I get away from him? And it was Neil Adams. I'm like, oh my God.
Now, you said you met Jim Starlin. Please tell me.
Yes, I went up to Jim Starlin, and my dad loves Jim. I told you this before.
Yeah, I find that amazing.
Still has a Dread Star. And my dad really loved that Lord High Papal and the whole religious theme of Jim Starlin's comics as a failed Catholic. Like my dad was a Catholic. I went to Catholic school, and he really tied into that storyline. So I told Jim Starlin that, basically the same thing. He looked at me like I was nuts. And then I went back to my table and didn't talk to him. I go, so I don't have, I saw him at this con. I wonder if he was going to be nice, but he was charging $20 for an autograph. The kid I was with is one of the CGers. He was getting autographs, and that was too much. He wasn't going to, there was no line,
Now, part of me wonders, is he doing that because he has to? Or is he doing it? You know what I mean? Like these.
No, I think he's more. He's at the con. He's more relaxed than he used to be. The bigger cons will pay some creators to go.
The money, because a lot of these guys got screwed, and a lot of these comic people didn't have financials. Like every 3 weeks, Peter David's like, "Go fund me, I gotta pay taxes."
He should have made more. I don't understand that. But Jim Starlin complained enough about Marvel not giving him enough money for using Thanos and basically his storylines that he got money from Marvel. He got a good settlement out of them.
Good. He deserves it. He made the character. Yeah.
And he's been on Billy's show, and he was great. But he redid Dreadstar, and I was like, "Oh, Dreadstar! I want to back Dread. I love Dreadstar." And he showed the promo things, and by the third page, Dreadstar cut off an alien's head, and it was Trump. And they go, "Well, that was the end of that. Didn't get backed." Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, it's funny because why can't I think of his name? But he does a comic called Battle Pug, and it's cute. What's his name? Mike Norton, I think is the
yeah.
I think
and
it's cute. And I got these 5 hardcover editions of Battle Pug, you know, and I'm like, oh, good. I go to open it, and it's the bad guy looks like Putin, and he has a puppet that looks like Trump. This is supposed to be a Viking barbarian story, and I'm like, I show my wife, I'm like, I just bought 5 hardcover books that I'm never going to read.
Yeah, that's
And before people jump down my throat, if it was Putin with Biden, I'm not going to read, because it just pulled me out of this Viking story.
completely.
You know?
And I was like, I'm gonna figure out how to back this comic. This was like just at the beginning of looking at backing comics. I didn't back anything. Oh, Dreadstar, it's gonna be hardcover. I'm gonna figure out how to get this. And these are just the preview pages. This is just the beginning of the comic. And it was a throwaway thing just to establish that Dreadstar was a tough guy. You know, it wasn't anything to do with the story. And it was a big fat alien with things coming in his head. He was orange and looked a little and had the crazy hair just like Trump.
Yeah.
Man, I go, sorry, Jim, you lost $25 or $30 or whatever it was. And then when he was on Billy's channel, somebody tried to bring that up, and Niall had to go in there. We're not talking about that here because people are ready to get on him for it.
Yeah, you know, I promise, you know, the mayor of Science City is a bad politician. The businessman of Science City, but because that's a comic book trope. Like there's going to be General Buffett. It has nothing to do with Warren Buffett. It just made up the name General Buffett. He's a bad general. Why? Because every general in Marvel Comics is a bad guy. It's amazing that anything gets done, because every senator is working for Hydra. Every general is trying to overthrow the country. Every politician is you know what I mean? But that's comic book tropes. So yes, I have a bad preacher character. I have a bad mayor character. I have a bad industrials character. And it's
your
funny.
political leanings and how you feel will come out in the comic. But it has to come out naturally in the comic. It just does because you're the writer. Right. It has nothing to do with you making sure that your bad guy in Unheroic Tales looks like Donald Trump. You know what I mean? That's too obvious.
They're saying Lucius Kane, the mayor, looks like Eric July. So I'm like, so as a joke,
I have inside information on that.
I'm like, okay, so he looks like Eric July. Okay, so as a joke, my preacher character is going to look like Ben Skyver. Just because I think it would be fun. But it's funny because Patriarch. Patriarch is religious. He's a dad. He's a father. He's a husband. He's all he homeschools, you know, and he homesteads. So I'm like, when the team forms, I'm gonna have a liberal character, you know, so that they can have discussions. And I'm going to write the liberal character as best that I can so that he's not just a blue-haired, shaved head freak who's just, he's going to be, I want it to be more like, you know, even though I thought that was wrong, what are they called? Hard traveling heroes, Green Lantern versus Green Arrow. I mean, it was obviously Green Arrow was the good guy, Green Lantern was the bad guy. But I want to try to test my writing abilities. Can I write a guy whose politics is not mine, but make him respectable, likable, and have a decent argument? That, you know what I mean? I don't want him to just be like, you Trump puppet, my battle pug. That just ruined it for me.
Ruined it. Well, somehow Denny O'Neil got to write the question. I still haven't figured that out.
Right. And that's what he did. He killed the question and had the question come back so that it was like a different. And I always laugh because, you wrote a liberal character. Does anybody remember the last issue of the question? Do you remember what happened?
I do not. I had them all, but I don't.
Gave up and he left Hub City in flames.
Oh, that's right.
Got in the car with
the
character, and he was just like, I can't win. And there's your liberal character. Even Denny O'Neil said that they couldn't help. I remember Heroes Con in '94. Only McFarlane was charging $10 for an autograph. Just about every other creator was free.
That's what I remember. And in the 80s, it was all free. And of course, in the 80s, you could have got any original artwork. You could have got Burn original art for like $35 a page, $25.
I keep telling you, back in 1985, 1984, Amazing Fantasy, X-Men #1, and Fantastic Four #1, $60 each, just sitting in the comic book store. Yeah, you know, who would ever spend $60 for a comic book? Well,
meanwhile, like X-Men #100 was $50.
Yeah. And I remember
as X-Men 1.
you know, as I was reading those, you know, Fantastic Four 184, the George Perez, Joe Sinnott ones, you go to the ad of Mile High Comics, and
I
they would have
remember.
like Fantastic Four #1 for $20. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, oh, you know, I didn't even look at those ads. I was like, ad, just right to the next page.
Create, you know, all that collection kind of ruins everything. So
Yeah, the '90s was unbelievably bad for comic books. I'll say it to the day I die.
they're still suffering. What they have ended up now is because of the 90s.
The '90s ruined comics. The speculator boom, CGCing, you know,
I agree.
split image comics. I think was a net negative for comics.
It was good for the creators in the long run, but it's bad for comics. Yeah.
Yeah,
But because the companies didn't want that happening again, so then it became writer driven, and they ignored all the artists. And the artists became just what Shadowpunk was saying, just guys in their rooms, not becoming stars anymore. Because now Grant Morrison and Brian Bendis are the stars, and then the writers screwed them over and left for whatever, the subscribe star or something. And now who they have left? Vita Ayala.
I know. Not now.
You know, the comics are just not. My friend, I was saying about that Superman the other day. I'm like, it's not good. I know you like it, and I know the art looks semi-fancy, but it's not good.
Which Superman? You talking about me?
Superman just came out, not this new one, and they just came out, and Superman again with the red thing, except he still looks a little too modern, and it's all over colored. Instead of black lines, like for this line here, it's a color, you know, so everybody to me looks like they're bubbles, you know, even though it's well drawn, it's not badly drawn. And
I don't think I know the image.
Jimmy,
put it on Twitter or something like that, so I know what you're talking about.
let's see if I can find it. Jimmy Olsen's hair is shaved around the back, so he just has orange hair on the top, and Lois Lane is a girl boss. You know, she's taking over Perry. She's screaming at everybody.
I never
like 3 pages.
As much as I love
the great Superman comic, I'm like, it's not a good Superman comic.
As much as I loved John Byrne, I thought he was horrible with Lois Lane. You know, her debut.
Yeah.
I just remember issue #1 of the new Superman. She kicks open the doors. What's news, wage slaves? I tell you, if I was working in the Daily Bugle, I'd be like, see you next Tuesday. You know, what the hell? That's how you address your coworkers, wage slaves?
Well, he does that in the 80s. That trope wasn't a trope yet. It was still kind of new.
Yeah, but it sucked then and it sucks now.
Bosses.
You know,
yeah, no, that was bad. Yeah.
Oh, that was terrible. And I never, you know, I like Lois Lane, like the plucky young reporter, but she's still a female and she's still feminine. And, you know, they comic book crazy. They can't.
He softened her up a little bit. She didn't stay that.
It's like they can't make a woman who knows what she wants. She's determined, but she's still a woman. She's still got that feminine. Like
maybe Claremont was able to do that.
Claremont could do it. Yes, Claremont could do it.
Well, Byrne softened her up a little bit. He didn't know what to do with a bit. Well, he made it a visible woman, and in his mind, a visible woman was the strongest person in the Fantastic Four.
I
did that.
I totally agree that she's the most powerful, power-wise.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, he has a trope with some of his women. Usually, the men are almost on the borderline of the women are too young for them. You know,
that's all
trope.
You know, that's
but
one
that
of
was before the tropes. In my comic, I had my woman character punch the other guy in the stomach. My writer wanted her kicking the ball.
Watch people's faces and know when to stop. In the wife of the patriarch, she is teaching the kids. She's a boss as far as she's running the farm because the husband run, but she's going to be a woman. I'd like to think that I'm going to be successful with her being what I'm talking about. She's in charge. She's got everything that she has to do, but she's a woman.
Well, to me, everything you do is so well thought out that I think it can't help but be successful. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it.
I
may overtalk you, but
I'm not one of these guys that like wants to hear how good they are. That it really embarrasses me, and I don't.
But everything's so well thought out. Why things are happening? Like I can't even conceive of being that well thought out.
Are
for
are
stuff.
you
I mean, think that
Italian?
makes sense.
Kelligrew. What nationality is that name?
That's Irish.
Oh, you're Irish. That's just as bad. You know, like I'm my mother's Irish, my dad's Italian. There's 7 of us. We didn't compliment each other. You know what I
My
mean?
mom's Jewish.
Okay, so Jewish. You know, like what's his name? Why can't I think of the comedian's name? Talk dirty and influence people. He wrote that book.
Oh, I don't know.
It's gonna drive me nuts that I can't remember. Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce
okay.
said, if you came from Brooklyn, you're Jewish. He goes, if you're Italian and you came from Brooklyn, my parents came from Brooklyn. They're Jewish. You know what I mean? And we all have that same. We don't like compliments. I get squeamish. You know, and that's one thing I notice when I'm on streams. Everybody compliments each other, and I'm like, don't. I don't want to
Well,
turn.
sorry I complimented you then.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, like, you know.
But like, you know, I don't think all these guys have it all. I think have it all worked out as well. Like Byrne, say, makes Lois Lane too harsh at the beginning and has to soften her up as it goes along, you know. And he's always working with other people as well. Say, so, you know, or he has thoughts about the Invisible Woman, but the end he makes her what was that character he made her into? She got taken over and started slapping everybody around and
Misery.
yeah, you know. And all that stuff he did is now they're all tropes. They've now done that stuff a billion times. Back then, it wasn't a trope. It was okay, you know. I had, like I was saying, I had my character wrote. He goes, oh, and he kicks the character and the cyborg in the balls. And I said, why don't I just have her punch? It'll make her look stronger. And she's not as big, you know. She's a tall. I didn't see her as a short character, but I did it. That was like 95. And I did it to make it a strong woman. You know, look at the bad girls like She and all that stuff. All that was strong. And they used to say, well, is it really sexy? Well, no, they're really strong women. Now that's the trope that we want to stay away from because it's so annoying.
Yeah.
You know?
Poor Mary Sue, the stuff I'm going to do to her.
I feel bad now. I'm
Yeah,
afraid to read that one. I'm stopping at number 1.
She's you know, little frail, cute little Chinese girl, poor girl, but she has and she's gonna. I'm spoiling it again, but she's gonna be the leader of the team.
Well,
you know, at some point she's gonna be the patriarch's boss. Why? Because
that makes a lot of sense.
She's gonna earn it, you know, and she's super smart.
But if she doesn't want to use her powers, the best part, she could be the leader and just say, okay, you do this, you do this, you do this, and I don't have to do anything.
And like the patriarch, like to talk in role-playing terms, he's wise. You know, he's got wisdom, but he's not, you know, you're saying he's intelligent. Yeah, he's not a dummy, but he's not going to build techno armor or anything. He's just wise. You know, he's got old.
Well, he's probably smarter than Cyberfrog.
You know, but Mary Sue, she's kind of naive. You know, grew up rich, went right to a private school, you know, and you know, got to be a doctor, got to be a study, you know, and never kissed a boy she's gonna get superpowers. She's never kissed a boy, you know, things like that. So she's gonna be
see, you have it all.
And then issue 3, when I introduced the Batman character, just he's the anti-patriarch. Just he's a guy who's trying to do the right thing and going through a horrible divorce.
That's funny. Let's see. I'm going to do this one more time so Smokey will back your comment. Hold on. I'm going to tell him I'm going to kill him. I see him all the time. We hang out at the cons.
No violence. No violence.
In Minecraft.
Well, guys, it's 4 hours. I can't stay and keep talking more.
Yeah, I got to make coffee for the morning, and I actually can't. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I'll be better. I'm tired. That's why I'm not really.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too, but I don't want to turn off. And I got 105 viewers. You know. So, guys,
I'm not as focused as I used.
Oh, here's DC Miller.
Sorry.
DC Miller's up. He works at nights and he always watches at night. And he's like, every time he comes, well, it's time to shut down. DC Miller's here. It's like the trope.
I'm sorry, John. I'm rambling. Next time I'll be better. I'm kind of tired. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay.
You
Smokey
know.
the Concat. Need to get John to join us. Yes. Marcus.
Yes, SC Junior. That's a good show. Yeah, well, yeah. That when is that? You got. Yeah, it's an hour and 45 minutes for me, Greenville, South Carolina. I just drive down. It's a
Dale.
nice small show. Frag is going to be there. Andy will be there.
I love
Dennis. Rich Stonky. You should meet Rich. Rich is a good guy. He should be on your show.
I would love to sit down and have a meal with just me and Fraga and talk. He just seems like the most interesting guy.
He's so like by the time Billy and Dan get out of it, I'm ready to come home and draw 64 pages in like 3 days and do comics.
I want to address what Dale says over here. Do I have to wear the neck brace when you sleep? Yes. I have a fracture in my C2 vertebrae. That doesn't go away when I'm sleeping. Like if I take this neck brace off, if I take this neck brace and I tilt my head down, it hurts and I can expand the crack. So they're trying to get the crack to heal without surgically screwing vertebrae together. You know what I mean? So it's a hairline fracture. If it could heal, it'll heal, but it won't heal if I'm opening my neck and closing my neck. You know what I mean? So I got to wear this neck brace. I can't take it. When I take a shower, I wear a waterproof neck brace for the whatever time I'm in the shower. You know, the only time I took it off was when I shaved the beard, and I didn't want to alert my wife, but there was a few times when I felt searing pain. You know what I mean? So think about that. There's a hairline fracture, and as I bend my neck, I'm compressing it and expanding it. You know what I mean? So I can't do that or it won't heal. So I have to wear this stupid, uncomfortable neck brace for 2 months. So,
oh, wow. You got to come. SC Comic Con Junior is going to be October 27th, 2 days before my 59th birthday. Then you have to be nice to me.
Well, it looks like I'm going to be using all my time off now to heal. So
if you can travel. Yeah. There's Smokey has another thing. Yeah, you'll get to meet Bud Root too. What a guy.
Oh, he's so
Bud's local here. He's
what are you typing?
Artist I've ever seen.
John says he's listening while typing. What are you typing? You bums. Get Parker. Oscar, I'm so glad. Oscar, for those of you who don't know, he's the colorist on Unheroic Tales. He's also going to be the colorist for Mary Sue, and he's going to be the colorist and the artist for the upcoming not so secret project anymore. But I'm redoing the script. I'm going to send the script to Oscar first, and he's going to draw all the superhero portions. And then after the superhero portions are done, I'm going to send the script to Tonic Wall, and he's going to draw all the real life portions. The name of the comic is Eddie is Doomed.
Good old Tonic.
Haha, Boom is my guy. I can hook you up. Okay. Intro to not enter, but I had to install Stream. Okay. Yeah, join us. I have no idea. Oh, you're writing your con lag? What does that mean? Do you know what that means, Marcus?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea either. All right. 4 hours and 15 minutes.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. I don't like long streams. I enjoy it, but if I saw a 4-hour stream, I'm not going to click on it.
I feel like it's a visit. You know what I do? I drive a lot, and if it looks like an interesting stream, I'll see if it's interesting, and then I'll watch it on 1.5. I'll put it on 1.5 speed.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of time.
I do a lot of driving, so
I got an hour.
I know all this stuff.
I got an hour commute, and I got an hour commute home, and then during the workday, I got to keep my ears clear for a blast.
No, it's like playing the radio for me.
Right.
It's on. It's right through the truck, and I'm just driving 4 hours. What's it going to take? Oh, it's going to Adam Carolla. Is it going to be Ethan Van Sciver? Is it going to be like most of the time? I'll listen to Graybeards live or Aaron live. I'll listen to if I'm not doing something with my wife, I'll listen to it. I won't replay it.
So, John, you create extra for your fictional world. Are you making a comic? And that sounds pretty interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, it says under my name that I'm an artist, so I'm available to do work. You can see me on comic. Most of my work is on Comic Art Fans, and comic pages, not just the pinups that people like. There's stories in there, mostly 8 to 10 pages. And then ask John, I'm pretty reasonable. Well, I'll be more for you than him, but no, I'm kidding.
Oh, cool. Working
know.
on a ventriloquist language. Oh, cool.
So,
Like,
especially if you like an old school.
in the real world, like, is this like fictional stuff? Are you working on a book or something, or are you just a person who likes to make fiction? Like Tolkien made up a fictional language and then made a book about it. Reenie's making up a fictional language for Fiendish, and
I have to read Fiendish.
it's really good.
I know. I love it. Flip through it. It looks great. I'll read it. I just haven't read it yet.
All right. Well, guys, I all of a sudden I just hit a wall. All of a sudden I just got really sleepy. I'm still on work schedules. You know what I mean? So I can't. Whatever.
All right.
But thanks a lot, everybody.
It was fun. Thank you.
The Federation of Planets. I think the Federation of Planets will win, but I'm not a tyrant. I think arguments can be made, and of course, a writer can make a story where the Galactic Empire wins. But there you go. Next week it'll be Cyberfrog versus ISOM, 8:00 Eastern Standard Time, right here.
Hey, kid, that guy's really the guy who's doing the backs of your cards is a big ISOM fan. Maybe you could ask him to come on.
Right, and here's the rules. It's not mean spirited. It's not get you
comic talk.
It's not take it out on the next guy. I picked it on purpose to create tension and draw attention to my channel. So hopefully people will check.
Let's prove that we can argue this. Let's prove that we can argue between these two characters without being personal. So I don't care about Ethan July. I don't care about Eric July. I don't care about Ethan Van Sciver for the purposes of discussion. It's rules of engagement, nothing personal. I don't want to hear any. We're talking about the characters, and and also whatever. You know what I'm talking about. If it gets really bad,
next week may not go. Yeah, this could totally explode in my face.
Well, this could also totally explode your channel.
Right.
We'll have to make sure my phone's on. I'll drop the links.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make I can't make this StreamYard thing tonight. I all of a sudden I got super sleepy.
All right.
So,
good night, John. Let's go.
Usually I make the links for on Sunday after Sunday Comics because I drink so much coffee and I got to do something. And I can't lift boxes anymore for 2 months, so I got to do something. All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Before I think of something else to waste my time talking with
being with you.
All right. Oh, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that and bye. Oh, I got big.